Hello there, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stiletti again, and guess what we get to do today? We get to watch the PK tournament casted matches still. So, yeah, if you remember last week, exactly a week from today, I started to cast a bajillion games done during the PK Player Killer Clans tournament with a ton of high level players like Julian K and EZ and Phoenix, you name it. We got everybody in there. It's quite insane. So I plan on continuing it today and picking up where I left off the last time. Now, I do understand that you might have seen these if you've been following the PK Twitch channel. I'm assuming most of those games have been covered, so there might be a little overlap, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in since everybody seems to love to hear me talk. People say I sound very soothing and very relaxing, so if you want to hear a very soothing, relaxing S tier voice, I'll talk about my opinions on those matches, and you'll probably enjoy them quite a bit. So, yeah. How's everybody today? Doing good? Very good? Oh, that's awesome. So, yeah. Today we will be casting up all these games. I don't know how many we got. We could be doing this for another week or two at this rate. I have no idea. They have so many submissions. And I'm hoping I don't have too many reruns that I don't remember. I'll make sure if I question it at all, if it sounds familiar, that I'll look back up to make sure it wasn't already done. So yeah, very, very important. Because I have seen a few instances where they've resubmitted stuff that was already there. And as a result of that, it basically caused some issues. Well, not issues, but rather it forced me to waste like 3 or 4 minutes and then have to find the next recording to do. And yeah, that can always be a little obnoxious. But yeah, now I am continuing to share more of these links with the Discord servers, and we should be ready to go. What kind of... I hear a weird noise coming from the other room. I don't know what that is. Kind of freaky. What's that? I don't know. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Doesn't sound too serious right now. Sounds like it's coming from another room. Just to make sure I wasn't blowing up here or something with the PC. Go boom and go flying into the air. That wouldn't be good. It would definitely impede my stream progress. Definitely. That'd be horrible. But yeah, this is quite good. So for those that are unaware, we are still doing the best out of one series games. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get access to the ones that are best out of three, which is, I think is the next step. Those will be quite good. Then we'll get to see some real series being played between players, and thus it'll feel a little bit more like the Chorizo Zarate tournament in a sense, because remember his were best out of three, so the length of the series will be a little bit more on par with that, honestly. So definitely should be pretty good either way. Looking forward to it. We'll totally cover whatever people give me. If people who are participating or watching this stream, I do suggest that you consider saving all your games that you do as part of that series as recordings and submitting them somewhere so we can definitely, cover them. You know what I mean? So I can cover them. Because I prefer to do recordings usually because they run a bit smoother on my machine. I could totally do live ones, but it is going to be a little bit laggier. It's going to be a bit slower with the whole slow-mo quote-unquote bug. So I rather do them through recordings. And that way I get a little bit more flexibility to stream them when I want to as well. That's the other good thing about recordings. Yes, there is a risk that they can out-sync. I don't know why Definition has a bigger risk of out-sync with recordings than the Legacy game does. It's a little bit cheesy, but yeah, it is what it is with the development of that game, and I'm not going to go too much into that because you probably know it all right now at this point. So yeah, don't need to talk too much about that. But yeah, I'm just glad I got a day this week to continue this thing because last time I feel like people really liked to hear me cast it, and it was really awesome and neat. So yeah, definitely. I'm almost done with all the Discord server sharing, and then we can get right into the action, alright? I try to keep this as minimal as possible because I know some people that aren't used to the channel might assume I'm just sitting here and yapping for like 20 hours with no gameplay footage, and they're like, oh man, this is boring, I don't want to do that. And they take off, and I'm like, hey, just wait, little Jimmy, wait a few seconds, we'll be done. They'll be done, and then we can start. It'll be all good. Yeah, or whatever they do is right. Yeah. So yeah, almost done here. Then we should be ready to go. Yeah, sounds good. Very good. I'm just keeping track of where I'm at on, because I wish I had like an AI that could do this for me. So I wouldn't even have to do this type of work anymore with copy and pasting like that. And it's like, this could easily be shortened down if there were some tools to help me do that sort of thing. I'm sure there is, but I don't want to pay for them because I do not have a lot of money to play around with. All the excess money I do have usually goes into promoting certain streams and bringing new fans to the channel, since you know, that's something you have to do nowadays because of how crazy the algorithms are. You have to, you know, literally pay people to get your stuff out there, which is a little annoying, but it's working. It's working. We're making progress, which is the most important thing, I think, is we're making progress. Definitely the best thing, actually. But let me see. I'm just double checking, seeing what we still need to submit. Right there. And then last one up top. There we go. Okay, I think we're all set now. What I did, which was really good, is number one, I made sure I added all the recordings I had to the directory. So they're already there. You don't have to worry about that. Number two, I looked at last week's stream to make sure we knew where we were in the whole process, so we don't have to figure that out. I said, okay, we did that one, now this is the one we're doing, because I didn't want you all having to sit there and wait there for another 20 minutes trying to figure that out, so yeah, that's quite good. But yeah, let's get into this right now. First game, Group I, Milk and Honey versus Chinese name that I don't know about. Chinese name that I don't know about. Yeah, that's a beautiful name, isn't it? Chinese name that I don't know about. Alright, so we got a Hausa versus an Ottoman. Very nice. Hausa is a very interesting civ. It's part of the African culture that Definitive Edition added. Obviously, they play very different than the Africans we saw yesterday in Wars of Liberty with the Zulu. Pretty much with any African civ in Definitive Edition, first thing you want to do, get a granary. It's a great idea. You know why? Because granaries are free buildings that boost your hunting rate around the structure. So all these villagers, they're going to start to gather really good around this granary. So I totally suggest you build a granary right away. It's going to help you out, and it doesn't cost a thing. Just a few villager seconds to put it down. But other than that, it's just a free boost to your villagers. And guess what you can do as well? You can also research your hunting dogs technology from this structure as well, called Village Dogs. And it doesn't even cost any gold either, just wood. So it's pretty affordable, actually, leading to a really good, solid early food economy. Yeah. Other than that, though, you do need to make sure that you balance your livestock market wisely with the herdables that you start with, only selling off your cattle for wood when it's most convenient. You are going to have to do one rather quickly to afford your first house, which it looks like this player did. And they're going to begin to start right now. Alright, on the other side, we got the Ottomans, who are right now grabbing a XP treasure here. A pretty good one at that. House are actually grabbing a Haudenosaunee Tomahawk right now. Could be a good military asset down the road, just saying. Especially if Ottomans go with any sort of mid-game elite cavalry, which they like to do a lot. But yeah, Ottomans are sticking to the normal script. They got a house, mosque, trading post. That's the rule of thumb when you play the Ottomans. Pretty much the mosque is especially important for the Ottomans in this version of AoE 3 because the mosque will trickle you experience. So not only do you get your critical, powerful Ottoman shipments faster with the trading posts, but the mosque will also contribute to that XP growth as well. And that sort of gives you a really good foundation as the Ottomans to set up, basically. Now, looking at this deck, it says 1v1 land. So there's a little bit of leeway here. He could go in all age 2, or he could go for one of those fast fortress strategies. We're going to have to see what he's planned for exactly. Looks like right now he's doing a bit of chopping of wood, a little bit of hunting right now. And his politician of choice is the naturalist, which I don't usually see the naturalist a lot with the Ottomans. I'm more used to quartermaster or governor general typically. So that one's a bit surprising to me, but we'll see if it ends up working good in the end there. What alliance will the house be getting? I'm assuming the Akan, right? Oh, the Berbers. The Berbers are pretty solid too. Berbers will give you access to the native unit, the Berber Camel. Essentially, it's like a melee dragoon pretty much. Counters heavy cavalry, counters artillery. So really good for fighting hussars and stuff of that nature. Should be a pretty good choice overall. Also, it gives you access to the Berber villagers, I believe, as well, which is quite nice. Ottomans are just about to age up right now. And they went with capitalism first, which tells us they're probably going for a fast fortress. I think we talked about it when I was co-casting with Phoenix last week, that generally speaking, when you see an Ottoman go for capitalism first in their deck, that typically means fast fortress, because basically this is a gold trickle, and by the time you reach age 2, if that's the first card you get, you will have enough gold to go for that age 3. So it looks like a straight up naked fast fortress for milk and honey. Probably once it gets some of those more powerful age 3 shipments, like the Falks, the Safahi, the Mamluk, even the Abba shipments looking pretty good. The Muhabir is a pretty interesting one. Usually only good if you run into mercenaries, typically at that stage. But who knows, maybe it'll come handy. There's so many crazy mercenary strats out there nowadays in the 5th edition that you probably do need to have a spy card in your deck just to counter them. But maybe I'm exaggerating. We'll see. Alright, so you get a native embassy with that age up with the Berbers, so you can start to make those Berber camels right away. Also building a university. Universities are very important structures for the Hausa. That's what generates influence, and also allows you to research the unique technologies that your alliance gives you. So yeah, it's quite useful for that. Also, getting Palace of Elmina gets a free palace wagon as well as tokens of 300 influence. So gonna get a nice defensive structure there that you can make a lot of your special units with, and then also is going to be able to start some military production from a war camp here, making some of the raiders right now. The raiders are essentially sort of like a step rider, you know, for the Chinese. It's a one-pop sort of anti-skirmisher, mainly base hand cav, that you can use to harass the enemy skirmishers with. It's also going to be really good against Vils as well, because, you know, it's a pretty spammable unit and it can pressure quite effectively. Looks like those are going to be used right away to take this substantial treasure of 320 XP. This is one of the best ones you can get on this map for XP, and surely that will propel them quite ahead and put them a little bit more on a similar stepping stone as the Ottomans, hopefully. If they don't steal it, of course. Ooh, okay. Who got that? Milk and Honey stole the XP treasure, but he lost his Explorer. Wow, good. That is beautiful for the Ottomans. See, that is really good for the Ottoman player. And look, the Ottomans also established a barracks already with Janissaries too, so they came prepared with a bit of military as well. That is pretty good, because getting a 320 XP treasure as the Ottomans, that's like one of the most critical things that they can do pretty much for their overall strategy, because now they have a bit of excess that they can actually get the Janissaries out first, and then they can get the Falconets. This means even more protection for the artillery, and even less chance that these raiders will be able to take out those cannons. I think that's quite good, because from what we can see here, the Hausa player is mostly focused on cavalry. going Raiders and Berber Camels. So mostly an anti-artillery especially setup. So you need all the Janissaries you can get to protect against that heavy anti-artillery focus there. There is a few Fulani archers now, probably because the Hausa player realizes the Janissaries are now a threat. A mega threat now since they just got their veteran upgrade. They're going to be even more sturdy now than they usually are. So Hausa has their work cut out for them here. They're going to have to come up with something now. Because as you know, Janissaries are a real pain to deal with. They're not like your normal musketeers. Though their anti-cavalry capability is a little bit diminished, slightly. Not a lot, but they're very tanky. They got a lot of HP, so you really need to hit them pretty hard to knock them out. And if you already have this many Janissaries at this stage with the veteran upgrade already applied to them, man, this is going to be a strong push by the Ottoman player here. Falconets behind, Janissaries run forward with the delis. They came from the scout politician. Coming in with the 1,000 coin now. Yes, this is looking like a big push here from the Ottoman player. They're throwing all their resources at it right now, as you can tell, putting it all into Janissary production. Whereas the Hausa player getting a second wood chopping upgrade there, looks like. Picking up snares, which is the second hunting technology from the granary. Doing a good job at herding all the huntables into the granary. I think that's pretty solid. However, it looks like the fort is under siege. And we really don't know where... Oh, his army is over here. He's going for a direct push on the Ottoman's base. Attacking some villagers, Fulani archers as a support. I just don't... Yeah, I don't think that's going to go very well. You don't have enough substantial army to take on that Ottoman town center. And you certainly don't have enough wiggle room because your base is most definitely going down to this. I mean, he's got artillery, his massive Janissaries is basically sufficient enough to take out this base with very little struggle. I think that was the wrong move for the Hausa player to try. Because, yeah, he's just going to send out his Bashi Bazooks and use those to grind even more of your units down. At that point, your army's so minuscule that the whole siege is over with before it even started. Right, whereas this push here from the Ottoman player, this is a fully packed push right here. The best hope that you can get is getting these raiders in there with the Berber camels and maybe reaching the artillery. But if this Ottoman player is on his... Oh, wow, look at that. Right on top of the war camp. That was a good punish by the Hausa player for sticking his army right on top of a production building like that. Really cost him. He still has a Felk though, so he's still going to get a bit of value out of this artillery either way. As long as he can get the TC down before. Yep, alright, looks like TC is down. He's gonna have to get his Jans into position to guard this Falconet. Get as many shots as he can on the Fulani archers. Probably the Fulani archers are going to be like priority targeted onto this Falconet. Yep, you can definitely see them doing that. Oh man, look, again, the punish for being right on top of the production building. See that right there? He literally had his fly archers right there to attack it. He even sent some levied spearmen from his house with some of the influence that he had to also pressure the cannon. So it looks like the artillery is at least gone now, and the flying archers can try to force the Janissaries off. It's still going to be a little bit tough since they're veteran, but it looks like right now the Ottoman player is willing to go back until they get some more heavy-hitting units, like Mamluks, which had just arrived, about 4 Mamluks. Mamluks will clean these archers up instantly. It won't even be a contest. Mamluk mercenaries, known for their hit points. They got about almost 1.5k hit points, almost. They're almost there. It's a tanky unit. Those arrows, it would probably take 1 billion Fulani arrow archers to even take out one of these cavalries. Never mind all 4 of them. So, yeah, let's see what Hausa even has. So they're going to try to go for javelin riders. That's really the best that they can do. It's a 1-pop dragoon unit that the African Seals get access to. But unfortunately, they don't even get a single batch of those because of the situation there. And more supporting Janissaries coming up right now. This is not looking good if you're Hausa. They did indeed get a town center up back here. They did get a war camp. And they're going to try to go for the javelin riders again. But the problem is, you're going to need a good number of those Javelin Riders to put those Mamluks in check. It's not going to be easy. I wonder if that influence that he just pulled in is so he can maybe get some Berber camels somewhere. Yeah, no, he might try to make them from the palace. Or, yeah, that would be my guess. Because you're going to need to do some substantial stuff here to make this work. Oh, he got Ganansi. Oh, this is a good card because it enables you to get the Echinocobias and train them from the war camp, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And it takes it from being like a pop-free native warrior to being a regular trainable unit in your army, thus cost and population. But then you can make as many of them as you like, and it's a very powerful unit. Echinocobias are best known for being a musketeer that has 1 splash damage. So it doesn't just damage the unit in front of it, it damages potentially the ones on the side as well, depending on how closely packed they are, making it a very dangerous unit to deal with. If I was going to get any sort of unit to try to come back from this position that the Ottomans are putting you in, I would probably be the Akhans. You know, the Akhans would be your best bet. Right, so they got a few of them right now. Just arrived from the card. Javelin Riders trying to scare off the Mamluks. I think the Mamluks don't want to take too much abuse here, so they are indeed going to fall back on their Janissaries. Khans also closing in now. You got to get all these ranged troops on the Janissaries. You got to do as much casualties to the Jans as you can so you can finish off the Mamluks. Oh, nope. Archer's in a bad spot, right where the Mamluks want them. Janissaries are going to have to shove in and protect them. Javelin Riders going into melee. Is that right? They're going into melee now. And, yep, just not enough troops there. And not enough to justify a melee attack, I think, because you knew sort of that the Janissaries were going to have their scimitars ready for you, I think. So, yeah, that was probably a pretty risky situation to find yourself in, honestly. No. Good battle, though. I mean, it just shows you how powerful Naked Fast Fortress can be for Ottomans. It's a really formidable strategy that can really propel them ahead pretty well. So now we're going to go into the next game here. We have to scroll down and find it. And we should be able to get started right away. Yeah. Almost there. Almost there. We are now on Baja Teacher versus Lucas. This is the second game of the night. Let's check it out. See how it is compared to the first game that we saw. Better, worse, you'll have to decide. Alright, so here we are. We got Lucas L as the Aztecs and Baja Teacher as the Ottomans. Ottomans seems to be the most popular civ of this tournament, I found. A lot of people have gone Ottomans. And I can totally tell you why that is. Because the Ottomans are very flexible. They got a lot of powerful builds. They got Double Barracks Janissary, got Janissary Abyss, you got Naked Fast Fortress, Semi-Fast Fortress, Fast Industrial. You can do just about anything with the Ottomans. And this is kind of a good map to be the Ottomans because on Great Plains, which is the required map for this tournament, the TP is right outside your base. So Explorer just has to walk a little bit over here and you already get that reward of XP from that trade route very quickly. It's very nice. And then you put up your mosque, get the XP trickle, then build a house. All part of the standard Ottoman build order, but in this case, this map just really favors it well. So I'm assuming Ottomans are going to come in pretty strong here. Aztecs are going to have to bring their A game to be able to deal with them. The Aztecs have their own asset, though, called the Community Plaza, being a Native American civ. And what's more, the Aztecs have a special way of utilizing the Community Plaza that none of the other civs do right away, which is this unit called the Warrior Priest. It's a healer unit that has a bit of a combat ability against Treasure Guardians. You would never use it for that, but main purpose of this guy, stick him right on top of the Community Plaza as soon as you build it, so you can immediately start getting reward from it. At this stage, since you don't have a lot of dance options at the Community Plaza, it's pretty normal to just leave it on the standard experience point trickle that you can get from it. So basically, this Aztec player is getting 1 XP point per second from this Community Plaza, which is pretty substantial. You know, especially when your Ottoman counterpart with his build order is going to have a trading post and a mosque generating XP for him. At the very least, you can try to catch up a little bit using your warrior piece on the plaza to do that. And over time, you will grow your warrior priest to about 10, and then you'll be able to essentially do a lot there. Oh wow, really good. Lucas L was able to get 80 XP there. That's quite nice. Any XP treasures Aztecs can get is going to make a huge difference here in this battle too. Right? Another thing I'm going to tell you about Treasure Guardian fighting as the Aztecs. Normally when you play as the Aztecs, it's very important that you let your Eagle Scout get the kill on the Treasure Guardian. It's because the Aztec War Chief has a special aura that gives allied units an increase in XP bounty reward for killing a unit. So ideally what you should do, try to barrow them up with the War Chief, but let the Eagle Scout or one of the human Treasure Guardians you can convert do the kill so you get the most XP bounty. And thus you get shipments a lot faster that way as the Aztecs. So Aztecs went with the Messenger for a quick age up. They're going to have to act pretty quickly here to beat the Ottomans. Going with the 3 warrior priests to really soup up that community plaza, and going with the big button at the town center. This way they get a nice batch of 4 Jaguar Prowl Knights and age early, and they can go right on the rush with those. Jaguar Prowl Knights, a very strong unit that the Aztecs have. It's no ordinary anti-cav. It also has multipliers against heavy infantry, so it can fight Janissaries too. It can fight Janissaries, it can fight Delis. It's got multiple purposes. It looks like still going for this treasure. Oh, yep, that's the signature 320 XP treasure there. If Aztecs can get this, that's going to be quite good for them. Let's just hope that the Ottoman player does not steal their treasure here this time. If Aztecs truly get it, they might have an actual chance at actually fighting the Ottomans. Yep, another 320 XP. Aztecs are delivering in about 700 wood right now. They are on the community plaza's warrior priest dance, and in fact they're putting not all, but a good number of their vills on there, to the point that, how many are on this plaza? They have about 19 gatherers or dancers on it. So this way they can quickly cycle through and get the other 6 warrior priests that they don't already have right now. And thus their community plaza will be working really good there. Also shipping in 5 villagers. Really getting a ton of shipments here. This is the only way that I think Aztecs are going to be able to keep up with the Ottoman strategy. Ottomans now going for age 3. They're picking up their 700 coin. Going for a naked fast fortress, just like we saw in the last game. Oh wow, they got a Muhabir. Yep, this is something you typically do when a Civ has a very important explorer that you want to take out. You train a Muhabir from your mosque, and he's an assassin that has multipliers against the hero, the explorer. And luckily for the Aztecs, they had the Jaguar Prowl Knights to take out the Muhabir assassin before they reached the War Chief. Otherwise, that would have potentially hurt his ability to pressure around the map, get treasures, as well as support his units in battle. So, good thing he was able to protect against that. Wow, he gets the trading post down from the Ottoman player. That's pretty good. I mean, that's going to definitely help the Aztecs win in the shipment arrival time game, I think. That's at least going in their favor. But they are banking, Ottomans are banking a shipment right now, and they're almost going to get another one too. So they're banking up for some powerful unit play in Age 3. He also has the potential, if he can fit it in, to even go for a fast industrial, because he has both the Mosque Construction and the Royal Decree. Essentially, this helps in cheapening the Royal Decrees here, leading to some very powerful unit options later on. So it'll really be seeing what they end up doing there. It looks like Aztecs are now bringing in 600 coin and a Kalmakek. The next council member research will age up twice as fast. So it looks like Aztecs will also be aging up. And this is a great card to basically make sure that that age up has a very good speed. Kind of comparable to the Messenger that you already used up from age 1 to 2. That way this Aztec player will be able to get the necessary units they need to fight the Ottomans. Because here's the thing. Ottomans in Age 3. Tons of elite heavy cavalry as we saw in the last game, as well as that really beefy 2 Falconet shipment. You're going to need some powerful units to deal with that as the Aztecs. You might need Eagle Runner Knights, you might need Arrow Knights, probably a ton of Eagle Runner Knights if they end up going Safahi or Mamluk, but you got to get to Fortress Age for that as Aztecs, so it's very critical that they age up as well. We'll see which one they end up going with there very shortly. They're also getting placer mines now, which I think is good. It's the only market mining technology that the Aztecs get to help with their coin rate. The Elder, very good pick. Ottomans are getting the Sublime Port to convert all their food into wood. So that way they can start building a ton of infrastructure, put up a ton of TPs possibly. They're going to really start building like crazy. And they went with the Scout, it looks like, so they do have 4 free delis that they can raid and pressure with as well. So they got a little bit of work to do militarily while they're sort of building their stuff up. What else do they get? So they got, trying to figure out way. Yep, alright, so we got Sublime Port and then, oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, I just was trying to figure out what his shipments were there. Also, again, a training upgrade there, a millet system, so the vills train for free from the TC a bit faster. That's one of the neat things about the Ottomans that I didn't even mention today, is the fact that you don't even have to manually queue up their villagers. They get trained from that town center for free over time. So not only do you save on food, but you don't even have to control it. It just does it for you. You know, it just automatically does it for you. Ottoman automatic, get it? Yeah, that's basically it. So Cav Archer Abbess seems to be the play here. Going for veteran Abbess gunner, queuing up a Cav Archer, shipping in 6 Abbess right now. Abbess Cav Archer has been a very formidable combination in this tournament, especially if your opponent is going Jag Knights. Jag Knights, you know, they don't have multipliers against skirmish units, so basically Abbess will be great at pounding these Jag Knights quite effectively. They got about 2 noble huts from the Elder already here, so yep, they'll have a bit of something to push out with. Theoretically, you would need, well, what could you use? You could probably get in some Arrow Knights, I see. Nice. Arrow Knights will be great against artillery. They'll also be good at sieging as well. Also, the Arrow Knights, I believe, have a little crush armor, so they might be able to resist these Abbess gunners a little bit better than the Jag Knights do. So, yep, we'll have to see that. Also going for elite Coyote Runners, good choice. Coyote Runners will be the play against Abbess gunners. Since Aztecs don't have real cavalry, the Coyote Runner is sort of their quote-unquote shock infantry, which means that it's good against skirmishers and artillery. It's kind of like cavalry on foot, if that makes any sense. Arrow Knights pressuring the market there. Should be an easy snipe, I would think. Yeah, looks up. They know the Abbess is coming. They don't want to take any free hits from it. Right? Nope, definitely not. So I always play Colossi and Budokai, and I always assume that Arrow Knights have crush armor. I guess they don't, or they unlock it using some card or something, but yeah. But they do have some good pierce armor, though, 40%. Not bad. Yeah. 10 Coyote Runners, as well as queuing up Coyote Runners. Queuing up some Eagle Runner Knights from the Noble Huts as well. Good choice if you run into Cav. Again, the second wood chopping upgrade there. The Lumber Ceremony, good choice. Very, very nice. Or was that the first one? I can't remember now. Either way, you're going to need more wood economy to keep up with these shock infantry to deal with the Abbess threat, because your opponent is dead set on going Cav Archer Abbess and supporting it with these elite cavalry shipments. First one being the Safahi. Safahi, lots of HP, pretty good damage. Splash damage. That's the thing you gotta worry about, the splash damage. Also, it's got some survivability, you know. It can regenerate HP, so they can pull away from the battle, heal up a bit, and then come back later. So you gotta be careful of those. Yeah. Aztecs at this point are just stacking army. Again, Jag Knights, Coyote Runners, a few Urks, what we call Eagle Runner Knights, Urks, and then the Arrow Knights. Kind of getting a bit of everything at this point. Has all his warrior priests, right? All 10 of them. At this point, the XP dance is generating about 11.31 XP points per second, which is a lot better than the one we saw before. It's going to allow him to cycle through all these shipments very quickly, mainly all these unit ones that he might need there. So, yep, that's going to be his main focus. Has some good upgrade cards, too, for the knight units. Quite nice. Arrow Knights, again, pressuring the market here. Should be able to take it out this time, I think. Yeah, he's just going to get that market down. And now comes the real fight. Let's see if the Jag Knights and the Urks can disassemble the Sephias quick enough. The longer these Sephias stay alive, the worse it's going to be. And, what happened? What happened, man? I believe that Aztecs actually won that. I think they did. No, I think the Aztecs won that because this Sephia went down. This one's almost down. This one is almost. He knew his Sephias were going to die and his Jag Knights were going to run in against the Cav Arch. Unbelievable. Like, I didn't think. Wow. The Aztecs, I believe, were able to win that. Not only that, they were running the attack dance from the community plaza, too. That essentially helps add more attack onto your troops. So, good use of the community plaza there to win that, I think. I obviously didn't watch the live stream, so I don't know if By Teacher won or lost that. I'm assuming Aztecs won that, though. Yeah, no, I think the Aztecs won that there. They knew they lost their army. Absolutely. And the thing is, once these units die for the Ottomans, he still has 9 Arrow Knights to pressure your town center with their high siege. 39 crush damage from super long range like a bunch of mortars. It's very formidable. So yeah, no, I think if logic serves me right, I believe Aztecs won that one. Yeah. A miraculous win if they did. No, that was a good match because that shows you how you're really supposed to handle an Ottoman fast fortress. There's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it. That's one of the better ways to do it, I would say, honestly. So I think they did a good job there at demonstrating that. Now we're going to go into recorded games again and get to the third game of the stream. Let's look it up. Scroll through all this stuff here. You notice how many recordings I've saved over the years. It's quite remarkable. So much good stuff from our community in Age of Empires 3 that I just love to cover. Group G, Jalafit versus Izad. Ooh, an Izad game. That's a nice one. We'll enjoy that. Loading in right now. Okay, so Izad is the Maltese, and Jalafet, or whatever his name is playing as the Indians. So Malta versus India. 2 pretty fun civs to play. I would say competitively, India has a pretty strong advantage here. They got a lot of solid troops. Malta's going to have to come up with a pretty good defense here against any sort of India push, really. India, they're best known for their initial Sepoy push that they use either as a full rush or as a semi-fast fortress, and then they quickly try to shift things into Age 3 where they bring in the elephants, namely the Mahouts, to bring in that splash damage and anti-skirmisher power to the whole mix. So I think in general any India you deal with is going to be very dangerous. It looks like this India is going for fast age up, sacrificing not getting any wood for villagers and going right for the food. Yeah, as with the Indians, you got 2 choices. You can either play sort of slow and normal and have like 6 or 7 vills on wood and go up to 15, 16 villages like other civs do, or you can take all your Indian villagers and put them right on the hunts and you get a really fast age up time that you can either do for Agrafort or Karnamata, depending on what your strategy is. And the only drawback of doing it this way is that you will not get extra villagers for a while, you know. So obviously you're going to have to wait till you get to that 800 food, set up your wonder, and then move your villagers over to wood so they can build their first house and then get villagers. So theoretically, hurts your vill count a little bit, but it does ensure that you can get your wonder set up rather quickly. Right, so looks like going for Agrifort. Why else would a vill be out this far from the base? Looks like the Agrifort is going to go up around here. We're right over here. Where's the Agrifort going to go up? Right in this spot. Good spot. It's protecting a mine, protecting this hunt, sword protecting this one, and then it's protecting this native site too. So that's a really good Agrifort site. Generally, when you're setting up Agrifort, or really any fort as a civ, try to put it near the most mines and hunts that you can. Another thing you can put near is a trade socket too, whether it's on the trade route or a native site. The more of them you can connect it to, the better that defensive structure is going to serve you in map control and really all the resources you're going to need to keep up with the fighting, you know. First card is always going to be the Wood Trickle card, Distributivism. Hopefully I always pronounce that correctly. It's a pretty decent Wood Trickle. Very important for India, since India, your villages cost wood. So wood is actually very important when you're India. Lots and lots of wood. And Malta going up with the Core Master. What have they done so far? They've gone 3 vills. Will they be... Yep, they will be chopping wood, I believe, to get their German tongue card. It's a very popular card with the Maltese. Gives you some free settler wagons. Really good 2-pop villager that gathers really nice. It's essentially 2 villagers in one. And even gives you a build limit good enough to train some more from the commander it gives you too. So, really good eco potential there. And then often you can combine that with Wignacourt construction. Wignacourt construction basically gives your villagers a really insane natural resource gather rate. It gives it up to 30% around defensive structures. That could be a town center, a tower, a fort, a commandery, any of those. Makes your villagers gather 30% better around those things. That's pretty good. And even if you're not near a defensive structure, it still benefits your villagers gather rate by 10% anywhere on the map from natural resources. So it's a pretty lame card if you're not going to utilize the defensive structure part of it, but if you set up your bases well and you lure your hunts into the defensive structures, you can get 30% gather rate on that. That's pretty good. It's really good, actually. India's already aged up because they did their quick 10 vill age up. They got 2 free sepoys from the Wonder age up of the Agrifort. Means that they can apply a little bit of annoying pressure here, but nothing too serious. They're going to scare these vills off and put them towards this woodline here. German tongue is coming out from Malta right now. Get some nice settler wagons. Right here, very nice, 2 of them. Basically the value of 4 villagers. It's actually a pretty good card in that sense. And then you get a commander. Oh, he's got his first batch of sepoys already ready to go to attack the command. He should be attacking the commandery right now. He should have attacked the commandery and like tried to chip away at the HP on that thing. But I guess he was looking for blood for villagers, so that's understandable. If you can take out somebody's villagers, that's gonna be the best thing you can do. But I would have totally went after the commandery too, because now this is another defensive building that you have to worry about shooting at you when you're trying to rush this player. That is if he's planning on playing Super Duper Rush. We'll have to find out. What is this India's plans? Because it's a bit confusing to figure it out right away. Because India, even if they're going for Fast Fortress, will always start out with some sepoy training. It just benefits them to do so, to put out sometimes 16 to 20 sepoys onto the field and just rush around the map doing that while they're planning their H3. We don't know if they're playing an H3 though, because it looks like they are making another batch of sepoys right now. What cards did they send? 5 sepoys out so far, which tells me maybe this is a more aggressive build right here. Maybe they're going for a push. Looks like they might be. Because normally if you're going for the Fast Fortress route, you go with foreign logging first, or wood, depending on the urgency of the wood, and then you get the gold. So I'm thinking a little bit more this is more aggro, you know. Could potentially set up a stable, get some Salwars going. Eventually get a consulate. That's usually a good thing to do eventually, and go Ottomans so you can get some free bills. But yeah, no, definitely he's going big stacking of these Sepoys. He's gonna start some Gurkha as well. So he has a little bit of a bite against muskets and other heavy infantry. Wignacourt constructions coming in for the Malta right now. They also sent their wood card previously so that they could have enough wood for defenses to get to hospitals, so they can start making pikemen, crossbowmen, pike and shot. That's usually a very strong setup for the Maltese, is to go pike and shot. Use the pikemen to fight the cav, use the crossbowmen to fight the muskets and any sort of ranged troopers that you get. It'll go kind of well against Sepoy. You see, Sepoys, they're a pretty strong musket unit to say the least. So they'll be able to apply some okay pressure here, and probably down a ton of pikemen in the process too to try to pursue them. He's not using his pikemen just yet. He's making sure he only uses the crossbowmen to try to counter them. Right now, though, the crossbow numbers are not super big yet, so Sepoys can still sort of contest with them a bit. But they will decide to pull out, I think, and wait till they get some more equipment to go for a real push here. Yeah. Double queuing crossbowmen, shipping in about 8 pikemen. It's always a good precaution to do against India, because you never know if they're going for that fortress age and putting out the elephants. Right, the elephant in the room. Because those elephants with their splash attack will destroy your whole crossbow army instantly if you do not have any sort of anti-cav on there. Going for the consulate now. Diplomatic intrigue is coming in. Consulate will go up right over there. Standard consensus is that you're going to go with the Ottomans. Get that nice batch of villagers. Maybe get some Azaps. Maybe get some Delhis. Or any sort of combination of that. Sepoys, they are trying to get back to their agrifort. You can tell crossbowmen are going to take every chance they can to get a good volley in on one of these Sepoys especially. Right? Not quite enough Gurkhas yet to hold the line against this many crossbowmen, so you gotta be careful. Oh, interesting. So the India was trying to herd the hunt in here towards this direction. And it looks like that's going to be stalled a little bit, because I think they probably wanted both the bison and the pronghorn, but unfortunately now they were just able to push in the pronghorn at this point because of Malta's pressure game that they're playing. Malta switching it up a bit, getting Hussar and Sentinel now, so their musket unit and their hand cav. They also got steel traps, because if they're going to be making some of these beefier food costing units, they're going to need more food, so steel traps is a must. Delhis from the Ottoman consulate are coming around to swoop at the crossbowmen, but they completely miss it because of the interception of the pikes. Now it looks like Delhis are going to have to find some sort of means to raid if they can't go over those archers. Right now, Malta's holding the line okay. They're doing alright. They're doing reasonably well. I think we're getting to the point now where India could potentially think about Fortress Age. They've got enough food for it at this stage, I think. They just need to get the 700 coin, which they're pretty close to being able to start that card. Multiplayer, shipping in 8 crossbowmen. What other cards do they got? So they got their wood still, their gold. They got their hospitality card there. Your age up is faster, that's quite good if they need it. So, yeah, Ottomans still have a bit of steam rolling for them. Maltese and Ottomans have a bit of campaign stuff in my brain there. Yeah. Whenever you think of the Ottomans, you think of the Maltese, and then when you think of the Maltese, you think of the Ottomans, because that was the whole first Age of Empires 3 campaign. So, yeah. If I said Ottomans any other times, I completely apologize for that. I really do. But nah. It's probably because the games we saw this tournament, this stream, was all Ottomans, and now we finally get another Civ that has a red flag like the Ottomans, the Maltese, with the cross instead of an Islam moon thing. So, yeah. More halali. Yeah, more halali is right. Let's see here. So the gold is coming in. Yep, got the gold. We're definitely looking at a Fortress Age for India. What is Malta's plan going to be? So Malta's plan is probably going to be to do the same. Touche. Go with their own gold. But they are going to queue up a Order Hussar from their commandery as well. Important fact about cavalry, or actually any unit that you train from a commandery. Any unit you train from a commandery, auto upgrades. It gets shadow teched. So you don't even have to upgrade those Hussars. They just upgrade themselves, which is good. And I believe they're statistically a bit stronger than the normal unit counterpart too, because they have like 33 hand attack, their HP is a bit better. So yep, training commandery units, whether it's the standard Hussar and Dragoon there or some of the tongue card ones that you can unlock, generally a great idea. Yeah. Looks like the only tongue card he will be using is the Spanish, so there might be some Lancers here that we see a bit later. We'll have to find out though. We'll have to find out. Looks like Hussars grouping up around there. Yeah. Yeah, no, you get some good tongue card options as Malta. You can get Oprishniks, Cuirassiers, Cazadors, Longbowmen. Some pretty spicy options. Going Lancers is totally fine too. Bishop. So the Bishop gives you a free covered wagon so you can get a town center. That'll help the Ottomans boom their economy a bit better. It's especially good since they already have the protection of these commanderies in these areas. So, yep, Malta's the turtle civ. They're really good at turtling, you know. And when you're dealing with a civ like India, which tries to fight you out in the open and hit you with the big elephants like these, try to turtle up and make it real hard for them to do that, you know. I went with the Charminar Gate to get a free Mahout, and we'll likely follow up with a Mahout shipment potentially. He's got the 3 Mahout shipment, right? Yep, the big boy one with 3 Mahouts. Also going for veteran Sepoy right now, disciplined upgrade. He's got so many of them at this point. A veteran upgrade is a very good investment at this stage to get their stats to where they need to. It might even be good to get veteran Gurkha as well, because he's got enough Gurkhas to justify the veteran upgrade, I think, too. So, yeah, get all those upgrades out of the way. And will we begin? Yep, Mahout shipment is in. The big boy 3 Mahout shipment. It's the most expensive one at 1,000 food. And then after that, you can follow it up with the little baby one. It's only 350 food, but you get 2 elephants, leading to a whopping 6 Mahouts, which is a pretty big mass of them. It's pretty formidable. Anything like crossbows or cannons gets consumed by that very quickly. Yeah. And normally what you do when you have Mahouts, combine them with Gurkhas. Combine them with Gurkhas, which he's doing from his Agra Fort right now, which is super smart. Because the biggest threat to your Mahouts is going to be anti-cav. And what's the best way to fight anti-cav? Gurkhas. The stuff that counters the Mahouts, the Gurkhas counters perfectly. So combining Gurkhas with Mahouts is a very formidable decision. Yeah. And having that nice mass of Sepoys there is never a bad thing either, honestly. So, yeah, quite good. Trying to see what else is going on the map in regards to map control. Does have his remaining delis up there ready to potentially raid something. Malta going for a town center pretty far out there on that mine. So they're really looking to stretch out and get some map control, which I think is a pretty smart idea. Oh, interesting. So, Malta sent this card. Steel Bolts. It essentially turns your crossbowmen into long-range siege troopers because they get this really nice long range where they can basically attack structures from very far away, effectively allowing them to siege really as good as almost a pikeman can in a sense. Well, maybe not as far as damage output is concerned, but definitely the fact that you can hit a building from super far away allows you to rush with these crossbowmen against players' bases very easily because they don't have to commit to going right up against the building and letting the enemy attack them. You can sit safely back this far away and just keep bobbing it, basically. Ooh, Vitorosia. Oh wow, that's going to be a good card to send. Makes settlers and town centers significantly cheaper. That's going to be great for booming. Your bills are going to be like dirt cheap now with only 50 food. If you want to get a third town center, now that's going to be very cheap as well. And then you can go for like a full 3 TC boom with Malta. It's quite good. Yeah, see, because he went with Steel Bolts, he's going to constantly be able to keep bobbing this Agra Fort here with damage, which I think is quite good. Because as long as you can keep damaging it constantly, the India player won't be given the option to repair it at all and eventually lose the structure, which he could right now. I think he's going to lose that Agra Fort just because of the volume of crossbowmen. They're on top of it right now. And the fact that he can potentially pull back a bit and continue to kite the structure a bit. Yeah, no, he's trying to... Oh, no, Arumis, these are very dangerous. Arumis are melee skirmishers, so, yeah, they might be infantry, but they have this big, nice whip sword that they have, and they do multipliers against muskets and dragoons, so they're essentially melee skirmishers. So that completely ravaged the sentinels, and they did a little bit of damage into the dragoons as well, so that was a gnarly push there by the India. Doing that was definitely a huge punishment there. Holding on to the Mahout on the side here so he can use it again a bit later. Multiplayer, not sure what to do, so going for Archaic Soldier Combat. Beef up the crossbowmen, beef up the pikemen. Yeah, you're going to have to beef up those crossbowmen there, especially against veteran Gurkhas, which are no joke. Definitely not. Right now has the crossbowmen set on the infantry there. Also, I was just trying to see what I was going to do with that explorer there. Okay, going for the little baby Mahout shipping now. Needs a little bit more anti-skirmish, I think. That's probably what you're going to need there, honestly. If you're going to go up against this big, massive crossbowman with all their upgrades at this stage, you're going to need some big, heavy hitters like the Mahouts. That being said, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. You know, you got this Dragoon-wielding multiplayer ready to put those Dragoons onto your elephants at any time and put a stop to them. So that's going to be a big risk there. Where's his barracks at? He's getting these Gurks from. It's somewhere over there. Right over here. Alright. Oh, nice. So, Izad is going to take advantage of this choke point between the native site and the water and actually build a fort there himself. He's also going to put up a gunpowder depot. These are structures that you can set up to explode on your enemies, but they will also hurt your troops too, so you got to be careful. It's like a big time bomb that you can set up. Also, if the enemy is dumb enough to attack this thing, it will also blow up on them, so there's no way to defuse the thing once it's there, you know. The best thing you can do is try to hit it from long range with like a mortar or something and clean it out that way. Otherwise, your troops are going to get destroyed by this thing. Yeah. Also, he set up a depot in that spot as well. That should be good. Generally speaking, depots are great at choke points, areas where the enemy can't afford to get around. Because as soon as they try to get through there, you're already going to hit them with that depot and go boom right on top of them. It's going to be quite good. Yeah. Switching to the British. Normally, mid-game H3 with India, you switch to British. So you can give your Mahouts and your other elite high HP units, which India has a ton of, more hit points as part of the British consulate bonus. That's the main reason you do that. You start with Ottomans to get the free villagers, get the nice early hand cav batch, and then it's quickly time to switch over the Brits and take advantage of that HP perk for your elephants. Because now these elephants will be quite formidable with that extra HP, basically. And then further, if you get time, you can go for elephant combat, 20% boost to the Mahout stats. That's a huge upgrade, 20%. It's quite substantial. Elephants are on top of the fort. They're trying to press the fort now. But I don't think Izad's going to give him an opportunity to do that because he's got a ton of archers now. And I don't think he has enough Gurks to compete with these crossbowmen. Izad has done a good job at counterattacking and building the necessary force he needs to clinch this game. And now, Steel Bolt's epi inactive, gonna have a ton of extra range there to hit this consulate. Maybe move on to this house, move on to the barracks. He's pressuring him pretty good here. I mean, this is a huge threat. Yep, the consulate's Oh man, he was gonna cancel. He wanted to cancel his alliance there, but he didn't have time to. Oh boy, what is he thinking? Thinking about maybe going back to the Ottomans again to get Zelis? I don't know. I don't know what his method to his madness is there. I don't think he's going Grenadiers. I don't think he's going Bestieiros with the Portuguese. He's most definitely going for the Romalia Delis again. Yeah. But either way, though, India's got a bit of trouble. They really can't push through the center of the map now. This is like effectively permanently part of Malta at this point. This is like Malta territory. Same thing over here. This is not a good point of attack either. If you're going to attack as India, you're probably going to have to come down like here and do something. Oh, look, wow, he's bold. He's taking his settler wagon, his big, important beefy villager, and trying to build a fast outpost here, too, to claim this hunt. Yeah, reason for risking a settler wagon there is because not only do they gather as fast as 2 vills, they build as fast as 2 vills, too. So, yeah, it's a nice, easy unit to command and get the job done quickly. Just gotta cross your fingers he doesn't croak, because obviously losing a settler wagon is a huge loss compared to a settler. Oh wow, using the British consulate to get the batch of petards there. Attack the fort with. Just, not enough to get the fort down though, so kind of a botched attempt there. I think Malta has this. Unless the Mahouts can perform optimally. Oh no, he got a few pikemen there too to stall the elephants and let the dragoons cream them. Wow, that was great. Oh, and now he's adding Cheyennes in too. He's like, GG, man. Yeah. GG. Yeah. Yeah, once the Malta is so established with his boom that he has the resources for the Cheyennes, you know you're in trouble. Because the Cheyennes, they're like mounted pikemen. They're kind of the prototype units that the Infernales from Wars of Liberty were inspired by almost. So yeah, very dangerous unit. So once you get sort of the excess food and wood to be able to add those in on top of your crossbowmen and stuff, you know it's over. Absolutely, it's over. It was a good battle though. It was a good battle. Izad is a very solid player in DE3, so I expected he was going to do well there. I didn't know the other player too good. Alright, so now we are looking at Group U, Chapika versus Chinese name that I don't know. Let's see who wins in that one. Should be pretty fun. Very nice.
Hello?
Okay, so now we got Sweden. Chinese players playing Sweden. And Chapika is playing as the Portuguese. So Portuguese, nasty Civ to use against the Swedes. Yeah, I like the Swedish. I like the Portuguese for Black Forest nothing because of their stuff, but as far as dealing with them as my opponent, I don't like them that much. You know, having all those extra town slayers around, not fun. Definitely not fun. So, yep, this should be a good matchup here. Generally speaking, you're dealing with 2 civs that really cares about map control. With Swedish, they want to get their torps out onto the map like crazy. With the Portuguese player, they want to get their town centers out onto the map very quickly, you know? Using those free covered wagons to select really strategic points on the map to have a TC on. So yeah, it's going to be a kind of an interesting one to see if extra town centers beats torps or vice versa. Yeah, good hunt placement by the way, so this way the torp can auto-gather from the bison as well. Torps are no ordinary houses. They can auto-gather resources for free for you. They can gather from mines, they can gather from berry bushes, they can gather from trees, they can gather from huntables, and they can gather from herdables. So, really anything. This torp can really gather from anything except late game resources. So it can't gather from a mill or a farm, but it can gather from everything else. Sweden also got some gold. Looks like Chapika also got some gold. Portuguese always starts with Vitorias for their card. Allows their town centers to trickle food, wood, and gold. In a little small amount, by the way, but it's helpful. And obviously, as you get deeper in the game and more town centers, obviously that trickle is going to be bigger and bigger. Who gets the treasure here for the 85 wood? Portuguese get the 85 wood. 85 wood. That's pretty good. It's quite good, actually. And it looks like both players get a trading post. Quite good, I think. It'll help them both with their shipments, honestly. I didn't know with Sweden in 1v1 that trading post was such a prominent idea. I was always assumed, it's something I do in my team games with Sweden. I always go for the double, triple torp on the mine because I'm thinking of trickle, 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 trickle like that from all the resources. But I guess in the end, going for a trading post is valuable. Or it could be because we're on Great Plains. Because in Great Plains, kind of like when we saw the Ottomans earlier, this map gives you the luxury of having the trading post right outside your base. So it's not as much of a risk or a gamble. Because if a player does want to rush this thing, your base is literally around the corner that you can supply an army to fight that. So absolutely, I think in that sense, you're pretty much in great shape with going with the TP on this map. Absolutely. Picking up the wood treasure first, and then it's going to come back for the XP treasure here. Age up will be the naturalist. That's Sweden is the civ that the naturalist is the most popular politician for. Gives you a few free villagers. Also gives you some cows. And the cows are quite nice because you can actually gather those cows with the torp. The torp can gather the cows for you, so you don't even have to have your vills do it. You can let the big fancy houses do it for you. Now we're at the phase in the game where the Sweden player will chop wood and try to build as many torps as they possibly can around these mines, right? Because the torp can gather from the mine, and then every torp that you build produces a free berry bush, and will gather from that berry bush as well. So it's like a bunch of little mini temporary factories churning out food and gold usually for you, if it's done right. You could put it on a tree line too, but that's something you really don't see on a map like Great Plains. It's pretty uncommon. Looks like the Portugal player is also aging up now, going for a fast fortress. Yeah, Portuguese, they really like their fast fortress because they have an extra incentive to go for a fast fortress. Not only do they get the benefits of their cazadors and dragoons in H3 and their organ guns, but, as you know, free covered wagon with Egypt means Portugal then gets to become a 3-town center Portugal instead of just a 2-town center one. So the faster Portugal can age up, the better off that they are, because that means more TCs, more map control, more boom potential with multiple vill queues. Obviously, Fiteria's trickle is going to be slightly upped as well, so that's where you gotta look at that. Ooh, wow. Sent the Annex card there, the Dominions card. Basically gives you 4 Torp wagons pretty much, makes them sturdier. They can receive home city shipments and they can gather from crates too. So yeah, basically if you want, you can actually set up your Torps to gather the crates for you so your villagers can actually stay on whatever task that they are on. Which potentially, if you're trying to go for a lot of hunting or mining, could be quite helpful to you because then you'll just let the Torp do the work for you, basically. And I think the fact here that gives you 4 Torps, kind of nice. Kind of nice in the end. Because, well, do the math. How much are you really getting from that as far as wood value? Well, it would be about 560 wood. Quite nice. And it looks like the Swede has done a good job with map control. This is exactly how I would... Oh, look at this. He's got the foundation right on top of the Torp. This is hilarious. Look at what's going to happen there. Look, he's going to try to build the town center right on top of the Torp, but it's going to be canceled out because he's already got a building there. Wow, this is horrible. Look at that, and he's going to know that his covered wagon is there too. Oh, he's chasing it with his Explorer. Look at that. This is so good because now the Sweden player knows where the town center is. Oh, up. He figured that out and he decided, all right, I'm going to stick it right there. Okay. So now, Swedish player knows where the town center is. It's right near his torp. Allows him to basically attack this one a bit easier now if he wants to. Yeah, that's basically going to happen. Where is he on the torp numbers right now? 2 more and he'll be done? Yep. Alright. Gotta watch out though. It looks like the Portugal is already popping out shipments. 8 halbs. Again, 3 organ guns now. Still has another Cazador. Has a Cazador shipment, a Dragoon shipment, Ronin. Even the Traban card in H2. So it's not going to be easy. Going for the Halberdiers first to try to siege all these torps down. Good idea. You know. The more torps you can take down, the more it's going to hurt your enemy. Because the Sweden ended up going with Engelberg Ironworks, which means that they are actually slicing into these mines 100% faster now. So these are some really, really good structures here. Yeah. Sending the Minutemen after the Halbs to try to deal with them all. Oh, he had a native scout there too to try to act as a bit of a cannon fodder. Oh, okay. Sweden is also aging up now. They can get their Falconets, their Caroliner shipment. They got a few options there. They're starting to queue up the Caroliners right now. And then they'll back it up with 2 Falconets, it looks like. Very nice. We'll give them a sort of a mix between anti-heavy cav and a mix against infantry at that point, so that should be great. Okay, so Falconet. Alright, so 2 torps are down over here. 2 other ones are also going to be pressured, it looks like. Minutemen are going to come up from the side here and try to get some free picks on these halbs. As many as he can get would be great. But yeah, obviously as soon as he knows he's being shot, he's going to try to chase you off. But now here comes the Caroliners, so now he's got some real military here with some HP to take these halberdiers out on. Oh, but we got to push down here now. The Traban card has been sent in to back up these organ guns. So Falconets, let's see what the micro is. Gets 1 organ gun down. Can he get another one down? Nope. No dice. So he's got 2 organ guns and he's got some Trabans here. Organ gun should be able to clean up the rest of these Caroliners, but now they got another bad. Oh, he's going for the quick saber ability there to rush the organ guns with. Yeah, good. Yeah, basically Caroliners get ability, big button ability, where they can temporarily stop shooting. They'll pull out their sword and go into a quick rush of units and run very quickly at them, so they can attack them with their saber. That was a good strike there. Was able to finish off an organ gun that way and thus remove some of Portugal's aggressive momentum. Now though they got Cazadores. You'll need some sort of Hussar to deal with that, which looks like it's being shipped in right now, conveniently. Veteran upgrade for Caroliners as well, so you can have a good backbone range unit to use there. I like it, quite good. Also has the Dragoon shipment there as well, I believe. Has he sent the Dragoon shipment in? Yep, 5 Dragoons, and also queued up a few extra ones as well. Looks like he's going full Dragoon at this stage. In anticipation of cavalry, probably. From the looks of it, Hussars have connected with Cazadors, but the Caroliners are, so they're going to try to shoot these guys out. 2 Dragoons are down, in fact, so it looks like some Dragoons are indeed being dropped right now. But all the Hussars are gone. Dragoons did their job. I don't think you've got the Carolina numbers right now to keep pressing on these Dragoons. Portugal is also going to get a fort. I think the fort is going to be in a very similar spot that Izad put his fort in. Take a choke point, make it hard for Sweden to move around and counteract you, you know? Caroliners effectively scaring off these Dragoons here. He's got to do as much defense as he possibly can to make sure that his villas don't get broke by these Dragoons, because obviously Portugal's going to be booming up with 3 town centers at this stage, so quite the villager economy there to deal with. Resuming pressure on the Torps with the Dragoons now, and warding off any potential Caroliner protector using Casimers. Right. Also, the Portugal's going for the passage to Nippon, passage to Japan. Gonna get 5 free Ronin Samurai there. From that card, he did have to cough up, I believe, 1,000 gold for it, but it's totally worth it since those Samurai will siege like crazy. Sweden shipped in their 10 Jaeger contract cards, so now they got 10 Jaegers they can use. And they can train Jaegers from the barracks now, too. So once they get a surplus of gold, Jaegers are now on the menu as a unit to keep making. Up, last Torp is down in that spot, quite nice. Jaeger's get a nice shot on the cat. Wow, good snipe. Yeah, another one. Great. Also is going to pick up the snap block. It gives Caroliners 3 additional range, so they can effectively become a much better range fighter with a range of like 15. So almost out of a crossbow, so it can definitely hit a lot of targets then. Look at that good strike on those Dragoons too. I like that. Problem is though is you have nothing against the organ guns unless you go forward with your sabers again. Here we go. Organ gun down. All of them down. That was a good coordination there. And I feel like that puts Sweden in a great position because he just lost like 1,600 gold there. That's really big. Losing 1,600 gold. Really scary. That's gonna. Where's Portugal at in terms of resource? So they got a surplus of gold because of their Vil boom, but hey, that was still pretty good knockout there. That's going to keep their surplus down at least. So yeah, that'll be quite good for them there, I would say, for sure. So yeah, I'm just going to continue to push from there for a little bit, and we will see which of the two ends up winning out in that battle pretty much. Yeah, quite good. Very good. Alright, so Carolina's there, Yiga's there. Trying to see positioning where all the military is. Carolinas are going to... Oh! He tried sieging with the samurai. Ah, that's not good, because now these fast-moving Carolinas can now try to hunt the samurai. That's a big way to waste his 1,000 gold that he put into these Ronin. Be very serious, yeah. Wow, another push on the... Oh boy, this is pretty good. He's taking out a ton of organ guns. Now he's struggling for gold there. No, he's struggling pretty good for gold there. It's pretty insane, honestly. 100%. Insane. Yeah. Yep. Wow, he's pressuring this town center really good here. He's going to actually get it down. Oh no, Ville's being exposed. What is going on? He's getting hit in every spot here by the Sweden. He's not even able to protect his Vills anymore. He's like leaving him out there and going whoop whoop. Oh man, that's pretty big. Well, what does the Sweden have as the next step? Is he gonna go for? Probably go for some mass gold there. Maybe get some copper mines or something else. We'll see. Oh, he's going. Yep, he's going for those copper mines. He's gonna get a ton of copper mines out. They can put on some of the. Well, you know what he can do? He can put copper mines up in his base, and then he can put torps on top of those, so he doesn't have to go out and basically go after those external mines anymore. He can just do the ones that his TC cover fire can deter from being attacked, which I think is a great strategy. That's the thing I think that makes Sweden pretty good. Not only do they get the torps that can gather the mines, but when you run out of mines, you can get more mines somehow. So torps continue to serve a godly purpose. That's why you always see players going after torps like they are right here, so they can cut down the Sweden players' food and gold acquisition. Quite nice. Alright, we'll see if the Portugal can pressure properly here. Oh, that was an unexpected turn. See, I wasn't paying attention to how Sweden's resources were dropping. And believe it or not, the Portugal, because of their well-established villager boom, were actually able to maintain an economy so robust that they were able to keep up with the organ guns and eventually get so much that the Swedish player, with his strategy of using the caroliers, was not able to keep squashing the bugs, so to speak. So, yeah, that just shows you how dangerous Portuguese really are, regardless of how skilled you are, because they can keep squashing and squashing and squashing you every time you try to go in there and basically fight those. Yeah, no, that was crazy. Like, I thought the Sweden, because he was getting such good wins there in the middle of the game, that he was going to win that match. And the Portugal player was like, doesn't matter. I have such a well-established villager economy that I can just keep throwing more vills and more vills and more vills to the point that it was a win for him. One of those Portuguese moments, in fact, yeah. That's why I say that. It's not for nothing. You know, it's a reason. There's method to my madness there. Yeah. So here we are with the next one. Pusionic versus Robert. This Psionic or whatever. Whatever his name is, I'm just gonna I'll call him Sonic. Hey, it's Sonic. Sonic speed. And Robert. Robert. I don't know. I don't even know how to say that name properly. I've seen Robert play on ESOC tournaments before. I should know how to pronounce that. Whatever. But, alright, so Robert is playing Spain, and Sonic is playing as the French. French versus Spain. Now, that's an interesting one, because it's one of those matchups where everybody's going to build a trading post as part of their build order. So yeah, Spain builds a trading post because they are really good at pulling in shipments with their XP friendly bonus. And then the French, as part of their Fast Fortress friendly build order, always build a trading post as well to establish that. So, and what a better way to do it too on a map where the TP is right outside your base. Yeah, because I remember back in the day when I was first playing France, when I first got to 5th edition and I was figuring out what civ I was going to do in ranked, I used to like have these moments where I'd like spend so much time walking into these open maps trying to put a trading post down as part of the supposed build order that I wouldn't get any of my stuff done in my base. But on a map like this, it's a no-brainer, you know, you just stick it right over there and you're all set, man. It's quite good. Very, very good. So, yeah, it's quite nice. So what treasure is France going to be looking at? Now, this is the treasure everybody wants, the 320 XP one there.
Hi.
Robert did get a native scout, which is good. What deck are we looking at with France? So, anything. This is actually a really good deck name because it really does emphasize that this deck can handle anything, any strategy with the French. It can allow Age 2 combat, it can do Fast Fortress, it can even do CBD combat too, which we sometimes see. Occasionally, because Courier de Bois CBDs of the French are such good villagers in range combat, sometimes they will be used as part of a rush to beat the opponent. And that's why he includes this card, Pioneers, to get those villager HPs up by 65% so you can go in with the rush with CBDs. So yeah, it's not something we see a whole lot, but I have seen it. I've seen it in Legacy, I've seen it in Definitive Edition. I think I've seen Widgie cover it before. No, it's definitely it's a powerful strategy when it's done right. Going in with your CBDs and using them as a range unit support to help your main army. Oh wow, look at that. He was a second wave from losing that treasure there. Very lucky that Sonic was able to get that. Very, very nice. What's his age up? Core Master, 400 wood. Spain. Governor. Oh, maybe. We'll have to see if he's going for Fast Fortress here. Could be going for a Fast Fortress. Spain loves their Fast Fortress potential, you know. Especially since he has Spanish gold. Whenever you go Age 3, you always try to get Spanish gold first, because what it does is, it sets it up so you effectively get like 330 gold with every card that you send for the rest of the game. So when you're going through your Lancers, your Falcons, your Roderos, you're effectively getting free gold there that can go into, you guessed it, more Lancers, could go into Skirms, could go into Dragoons. It gives you a lot of flexibility. Yeah, Spain is a very powerful mid-game civ in that sense because they can get some pretty interesting things going.
¿Cuál es su comando?
Up, got some 2 cows there, very nice. Can use that food for later. So, what will the France be going fast fortress, or will they be committing to early pressure? We'll see. Definitely has the CBDs in place to help with the herding a bit, which is very smart. Barracks. Looks like we might be getting some, very least, semi-fast fortress, because you do have a barracks down. We'll likely make musketeer. Steel traps coming out now. Normally with the French build order, you plan your hunting dogs, placer mines, and your steel traps around age 1 to 2 transition and shortly after, so you can get a ton of resources. Your French villagers, the CBDs, have a higher base gather rate, so the faster you can get hunting dogs, steel traps, and placer mines in particular, it's going to give you a legendary economy to go for a musket rush with. So yeah, first batch of muskets are ready. You can already start the queue up batch number 2. That should give him a pretty good run at his opponent there, and he'll be able to apply some substantial pressure, which would be great. Looks like the muskets are again ready to go in for a push now. At which spot? See you very soon. Now, this is interesting. So the Spain will be going with early gameplay, but they decide to use their outposts as part of sort of like a little bit of a fort here. You got this part, and then you have the shooting at the tower there. Yeah. Looks like he has... trying to see what he's shipped in. So he's shipped in pikemen, and he's going to be going double barracks musket. Spain does give you that freedom, because they do have their own musketeers. And these pikemen are sort of, I think it's going to look for areas that they can harass. If they might be able to get that house down to maybe the trading post, but we'll see. Oh, who's going to get this treasure? Who's going to get this treasure? Who's going to get this treasure? Ah, oh, whoa, we did get lucky that time. Look at that. He almost had it too, but the musket shot him just in time. That was a nice steal there by Robert. I like that. Good, good, good. Because now Robert's going to be able to get some Rodero shipments in there. Get some nice rods to be able to pressure his opponent with. Oh man, yep, and also I believe France is forcing a retreat here because they can't resupply as fast as the Spain can at this stage. Also, what else has he got? So he's got food, gold, House of Masala. He's going for another rod shipment, it looks like. Trying to get as much troops as he can on the ground to pressure his opponent. The France, however, has gotten crossbowmen, 8 crossbowmen. These guys will have their multipliers against the heavy infantry like the muskets and the rods, so they'll be a very valuable troop if he can keep them from dying. If he can keep them from dying, they will serve you very well. Crossbowmen there, trying. Oh, yep, but they will die though, so that'll be a huge loss. How's France doing? They got double barracks, yep, double barracks. That's very important. Very, very important actually, because now at least it can stay toe-to-toe with what Spain's doing with their musket production. It also is tricky because the muskets do have to sit there and stop and try to shoot off these rods as well before they can even continue combat with the musketeers. However, as you get closer to your base, the France will do a bit better because they'll be able to supply their muskets a bit closer to where they're being queued from. Also, you got town center cover fire. You could even take some of these CBDs and provide some range support as well. You do have the Pioneers card to do that, so maybe that's something that'll happen. Oh, yep, see, he is getting Blunderbuss to upgrade the CBD's range attack, so he might be preparing for that possibility. Also, queuing up Crossbowmen, because he wants to have a nice edge against these muskets. So he wants to definitely do that here. One thing to watch out for, Spain is going for the coin, so they could potentially be trying to get towards H3. H3 Spain would be very devastating if France couldn't keep up with that, so we'll have to find out what that's all about. Alright, Crossbowmen providing a nice advantage here against the muskets, making their micro a little bit cleaner. Still a tough one. I mean, look at how much musketeer presence the Spain has at this point, because he was starting the double barracks since the get-go, so he has a pretty good mass on the field. You're going to have to get some really good volleys in with Crossbowmen to be able to make that work. It's going to have to be pretty substantial. The France does ship in 3 Hussars now, so at this stage, you can only raid with those Hussars. You can't really go in and fight the military, because you're going up against the bayonets of those muskets, and they'll just be cooked very quickly there, pretty much. Your mic isn't working, by the way. It is going off. That's weird. Let me check the volume. That's strange, because it says here that the input is coming in fine from OBS. Yeah, no, that's strange. Maybe the volume is too loud. Ugh. Can you hear it now? Yeah, that's... Oh, did you think that maybe I wasn't talking before because I was, you know, I unplugged my mic a second to eat some food earlier, so maybe that you thought it was that. Yeah, no. Because from what I'm seeing on the OBS thing, it is taking the microphone input right now as we speak. So that is indeed happening. So I think there might have been a misunderstanding there because I unplugged it for a few seconds. So, yeah. Yeah, no. At least from what OBS is telling me, there is a mic input coming in here from the machine, which is very good. Yeah, definitely. Very nice. So, yeah. Yep. I definitely did a blow test to make sure that that's where the input was coming in from. Yeah, definitely. Because I know when I getting input from my horrible PC mic, it always is very faint and you don't even notice anything. Here, at least it's doing its job, which is pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll check anyways, though. Let me see. Yep, it is taking the right input, so I don't know what's going on with that if we are having errors. Yeah, no. As long as it's the Blue Ice Ball microphone, audio should be working fine. Absolutely. I decided to just tone down the volume a bit on the game volume, just in case if people aren't hearing me talk at all. So yeah. Alright, but back to the action here. So France is aging up, going to Fortress Age. Spain is already in Fortress Age. They're actually getting their Falconets right now, so... Boy, is that a bad... Oh, wait a second. Oh, good. No, not enough, unfortunately, but I saw an opportunity there. Now, it would have been great if you could have taken out one of his Falconets, though. Because now you got a bad situation as France. Because you got all this time that the Spain has to pick you apart with veteran muskets and 2 Falcons. He's going to try to go for his Falcons now. And he's going to queue up skirmishers. So skirmishers, Falconets, probably the most appropriate response to this that you can go for. You just have to pray that your Falconet micro will beat his cannons first. That little bit of help from the Hussars there could make it possible. It's all going to depend. But can it happen? Huh. We'll see. Take a hit there. Falconets. Right in this spot. Okay, let's... Oh. It's not good. He's got no protection for these things, so he's looking really bad. No, I think the Spain outplayed him pretty well there. No. Yep, the Spain was just a little bit ahead of the game there, I think. Yeah, definitely. Potentially the France committed to military a little too long, and they should have aged up a bit faster. But, well, it really depends. I think, honestly, the France shouldn't have committed to that fight early on, and they should have just held on to their muskets. Tried to fight them out in H3, and tried to even fight on an even playing field. That could have potentially went a bit better. But now it's definitely too late. Just going to try to go in with some combat with the CBDs. But again, I could tell you that this is not going to be a really good situation at all, probably. No. Alright, the Spain is retreating. Shipping in Lancers, so he's going to get the Lancers too. Lancers will be a great asset against muskets, by the way, because they got anti-infantry multipliers. So they can fight skirmishers, they can fight muskets too. So that's a good power unit to use against whatever little stuff that the France has left. He's going to try walling this off, but he just swoops in anyways around the corner there. What even is happening right now? Like, playing Ring Around the Rosie with the skirms and the cav? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't see where you're going there at this point. Lancers clean that up very fast. They're doing 60 damage to those skirms. 60 damage to put that into perspective. GGG. Good game. Or good game good. I don't know what that means. But I can tell you what this game means. That Spain was able to play quite good against Sanic. Quite nice, actually, yeah. So that was a good match. I think, honestly, it was neat how both players were just sort of playing in sort of a similar fashion and going for the double musket. And then tried to inch towards H3, but the Spain just pulled ahead faster with it because they get their shipments faster as part of their Spanish Civ bonus. So yeah, that was quite nice there. What match are we on now? Let me scroll a bit here. Let's see. What do we got? This one. Group E, Yuki versus Chinese person. Chinese person. Hey, it's Chinese person. How are you doing, Chinese person? Anyways, we got Yuki up here in the northeast, and then Ottomans down here, right? Let me think. Did we see this one before? Let me check real quick. I'm a little bit sussed out about that because I remember that matchup done previously of Germans up in that corner there and then Ottomans in the lower left. I just want to make sure we're not looking at duplicates because I would not feel happy if I was wasting folks' time with that. So you gotta be kind of careful with that stuff. So let me go back up here and make sure. So of all this stuff we have here, we got Shake, Phoenix, Group A, Soldier versus Justice, Yuki versus Xbox, Only Boss. What was this one? I'm just going to check these real quick. I just recall seeing that matchup, so I thought that was mine. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I don't want us to look at duplicate games if we can avoid it. I just saw something that looked like a duck, quacked like a duck. I saw a duck. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a duck. Alright. So yeah, we did see Yuki play another game. It was against Xbox. So That's where that name came from. That's where that came from. So this is totally gonna be 100% new and good. Yeah. All right. Right. We can even speed it up for a few extra seconds there so we catch up a bit. All right. There we go. Okay. So yeah, Germany versus Ottomans. Very impactful matchup, honestly. Frankly, both civs have a lot of strengths. They're pretty flexible. I think for the Ottomans, it's all the stuff that I mentioned before. It's just the double barracks janissary possibility, going Abbas janissary, fast fortress, semi-fast fortress, fast industrial, whatever industrial they do. Yeah, no, Ottomans are pretty good for having various tricks up their sleeve. Right, and it all starts with this. Trading posts, more XP trickle from the mosque, and then you build a house. So, standard Ottoman build order there, quite good. The Germany though, as part of their build, starts out with building a market, and then they get hunting dogs. It's because these guys, the settler wagons, they're basically they're two villages in one. So all three of the starting settler wagons, they're essentially 6 vills. So getting hunting dogs early on gives you a really good food economy to utilize them. So it's definitely something worth going for if you can, so you can get some really good food rate on those huntables. Right, and from there, we will probably see what sort of build this Germany's going to go with. I'm mostly curious about what the Germany's going with. Ottomans, for all the flexibility that they have, the decks look rather the same, except when they're choosing or to include or not include the royal decree, I think. But in general, everything else, it could be anything up in the air what the Ottomans end up planning. But the Germany, a lot could be said. Yukieti is yep, alright, so. Yeah, I remember seeing this deck last week. You got the Palatine shipments, Jaegers, Black Riders. Yep, alright, I remember this one. So basically, this Orva deck is the regular Germany combat-based deck that relies on a lot of beefy shipments. Obviously, every time you send the card with Germany, you get free Uhlans. So you get a bit free hand cavalry with that, so that's quite good. Gives you a bit of extra power, a bit of rating potential, so that could be quite good here, actually. Whereas the Ottomans have their own pretty powerful stuff themselves. So it looks like this Ottoman went with Yuruks and then capitalism. So they went for a double age 1 card build here. 3 bills first, followed by capitalism. That's something very similar to what we see with Spain typically. But you can do it with the Ottomans as well, because they do have the trading posts built up if they're doing the build correctly, as well as the mosque. So it's something you can actually set up for pretty good maximum economy, which is quite good. Yeah, it's quite powerful that you normally want to go with there. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, definitely. Yep. So now we're going to have to figure out what this Ottoman has in store exactly. So the Ottoman is getting a bit of gold. So we might be seeing... They also have a market, right? Again, hunting dogs, place of mines, all those techs. Oh, quartermaster. So going for wood. Okay. Very interesting. Going to be picking up an XP treasure as well. Picking up steel traps already, as well as a great coat to protect the vills from raiding. You are going to be dealing with Yuan raids with Germany, so great coat is a very important tech to get there. House and barracks. Going to start with janissaries, it looks like. I think that's a pretty good idea. The Germany is going to get placer mines. Bit of a better gather rate on the gold. Quite nice. Get another Ville there. Very nice. Alright. Oh, getting a spy. Very nice. Take out the Ottoman Explorer there. Good choice. He did build a church, right? He put a church right there. Again, Palatine shipments now to make these houses a lot more supporting a population. So basically now, instead of housing him 40 population, these houses are going to basically give him like 120 population. So he doesn't have to build any more houses. Very cool. Also making renegados from the tavern there. Interesting. That'll be pretty good against Janissaries, honestly. So yeah, that'll be quite good there. Very nice. So going with Mass Janissary right now, it looks like. Yep. Gonna get the big shipment here. This is the big treasure here to get you some really good shipments. I don't even know why I'm saying I said shipment instead of treasure. Yeah, no, that's not good. What we got here? We got 700 wood coming out there. Very nice. Yep, just making sure that's good. 700 gold. Following up that. Very nice. Jesus. Jesus, the Ottoman Muslim. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, in the Quran it does, but yeah. Gold. Just trying to figure out what his overall method's going to be here right now. Oh, look at these cool walls here. Look, he's like making a little star fort. I like that. A little star fort there to protect his stuff. Isn't that lovely? Now, the Renegados should theoretically win here because these guys have some good multipliers against the Jans. They're doing about a whopping 40 damage per shot. So, yeah, I would think that the Renegados would be pretty good there. Yeah. Now, the problem is you don't have your theater card to get these guys down to 2 pop, though. So, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the reason why I went with Palatine Palatine settlements there. So that way, he wouldn't need as many houses to be able to make a huge army of outlaws. So, yeah, he's got about 10 Renegados. He's got about 5 Comancheros. He's going to make some more Comancheros now. And that's horrible. I don't like Comancheros. I think the Comancheros are kind of garbage, to be honest. I mean, they're only good if you know that there's cav out. But the fact that he's like preemptively making Comancheros tells me, oh man, this isn't going to be good. I frankly rather would have pistoleros myself, because I feel like at least they're a little bit more defensive against the cavalry, but who am I to say? Yeah, definitely not. Looks like Renegados will continue to pressure the Janissaries there. Ottoman Zarinades 3 now. They're going to ship in their Falks. They're going to get veteran Janissary. If the barracks survives, maybe he can get that barracks down before he completes the upgrade. Doubt it now because the Janissaries are saying, no, 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 not today. I'm getting my upgrade. So that's going to happen. And then the Falconet should definitely deter this army from staying there. It should basically root them out. Make them say bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, Renegati. Bye-bye. That's basically what's going to happen here. Yep, Falconet's down. Plow it in against these soldiers. And there we go. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I just think that these Comancheros at the end of the day are going to be dead weight for the German player. Like Jan Falconet, that's looking a lot better here because all the Falcons need to do is get the Renegados down, and then the Comancheros are just dead weight. They can't do anything against the Janissary because Janissary has a lot more HP to work with and can definitely go toe-to-toe with them. Yeah, no, the Janissaries are actually stronger than the Comancheros one-on-one, which is kind of scary, considering it's like on top of a horse, so it should be a bit more sturdy. Yeah, now we see the Yulons being ready to do some raiding. Where will they go, though, is the question. They will go right around this corner. They could get thisville, maybe. Thisville is actually a potential target. And whatever... oh, yeah, no, he's just hunting on his own there, so... He's probably going to go down, most likely. Let's see if these Yulons can come up on this side as well. Oh, the Safai shipment. That's a good finisher there, I think. But the Germany also gets an age 3. Gets war wagons. He's going to queue up some more war wagons as well. Now, the war wagons, they're going to hit pretty hard compared to the Comancheros, which are kind of poop. These war wagons are formidable. They got a lot of HP. Their damage is pretty high, too. They can even tank some of the melee damage on these Safais with their hand armor. Yeah, war wagons looking quite good. They're also going to ship in some skirmishers as well to gain an edge on the Janissaries. I think that's quite nice. We'll see. Okay, war wagons, good job taking out Safai. Good first step. Good baby step towards something. Let's see if he can get some food. And get some more war wagons. If he can get a ton of war wagons, I'm feeling like the Germany can turn this around in his favor. Yeah, if he can get enough war wagons. Oh, and then he can ship in skirmisher too. That's even better. Yeah, ship in another batch of skirm. Get more war wagons. Then you can have a pretty good amount of firepower, I think, to actually go after this Ottoman with. Yeah, then I'm not so concerned about the, about these guys. Oh, he's getting a spy? Why is he getting a spy? Is he anticipating Mamluks? No, he's not getting Mamluks, so he's getting Abiskar. What's up with that? Why is he getting a spy for? Okay, so war wagons are first going to go after the Falconets. That's beautiful. And now we can pull these war wagons off and let his skirmishers do the frontal work against the Janissaries. Meat shielding a bit with his spy there. Right, but then the Safais return. War wagons take out one Safai. They can get another one, most definitely. Okay, so once these Safais are down, you lose a lot of value on the battlefield as the Ottomans. So I think once these Safais go down, we're going to see a real twist in this battle in favor of the German player. Yeah, I thought the German player was playing kind of horrible with these outlaws, and then I realized, wait a second. He was just using that as a front game before he could get to age 3, and now everything's looking quite nice. Oh, absolutely, it's looking quite nice now. Because now you can cut through all these Janissaries rather quickly. All the strong range attacks on them. Quite powerful. Quite substantial. Oh, nice. Very good, actually, yeah. Oh man, quite good. Who won that one? It said there was an AO sync in the recording. It's pretty rare actually to get AO syncs that deep into a recording. Normally on average, if you're going to get an AO sync on a recording, it's going to occur typically within the first 5 or so, usually the first 10 minutes of the game. So, yeah. I think in general, I can say with pretty good certainty that the winner was the Germany, because he had the better momentum. He had the war wagons. He was going to get some skirmishers. He could have quickly went onto a mine to get Jaegers. Just had good stuff going for him. Yeah, good stuff going for him. Yeah, kind of. Alright, so now, what match are we looking at here? Let me see. You scroll up. Wow, we got a ton of games here. Look at all these things. Oh, man. Manja, manja. This. Oh, Tabin versus Castle. Is that one we've already seen already? I just want to make sure so we don't repeat stuff. No Tabin versus Castle, right? Just making sure I haven't seen that yet. Okay, shake, shake. Phoenix. This. Okay. Tabin versus Castle. Let's do it. Ooh, yep. Tabin playing as the Almonds, and Castle playing as Mexico. Hola, señorita. Oh, nice. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. So it's always good when you hear people saying that. It's good sportsmanship. But anyways, here we go. Ottomans setting up their build order. Mosque, trading post, house. XP here, XP there. Population from the house everywhere. Yeah. Mexico, I can't recall. Is this the first time we're seeing Mexico during this tournament? I can't remember. It might be the first time we see Mexico. I don't recall seeing Mexico at all this tournament. For some reason. Named as Explorer Lionheart. Yeah, that's funny. Market going up right now. Can get himself a nice early hunting dogs there, which would be great. XP, very good. Yeah, so Mexico has some interesting tricks up there. So they can either play sort of normally, or they can use one of their many revolts, right? And not only can they revolt, they can come out of a revolt and come into another revolt. Yeah, Mexico works kind of crazy in that sense, you know. They got all sorts of wacko sort of revolts that they can go into, and it's crazy. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny, actually, the sorts of things that they can set up. So let's see what deck this is with Mexico. So he's got a Hacienda, so he's going to start with Alongadiga de Granaditas. Got 2 villagers and a Hacienda. He does have independence movements. This basically cheapens your revolts and your returns to Mexico. So we could potentially see a revolt here of either Baja California or Central America. Would be good to see which one that is. We'll have to find out. Often in those decks, I do see cathedral construction as well in those decks, so they can get a cathedral down and allows it to research techs and units very quickly. Yep. Alright, so where will this Hacienda go? It will go, let's see. Oh, he might be going aggressive. You know why? He's going mid-map with the Hacienda. This is usually a sign of a Baja California revolt. Because what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to deploy your shipments right out of this Hacienda here and have it as that forward presence. Yeah, I know. I know exactly what I know exactly what's happening now. This is really powerful stuff here. Yeah. No, I know it's coming. I know it's coming. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me twice. Where's the Armin? Armin is playing pretty standard. You got your Azab, Janissary, Dillies. You do have Sabessi for your Abbas Grenadier HP. Mameluke Falcons, nothing too out of the ordinary there. Yep, it does. Armin goes just 3 villagers. They retain their shipments, so they might be. I would consider, if they know where this Hacienda is. Do they know where this Hacienda is right now? He's gonna know where it is. Where is he? Is he gonna know? Yep, he just found it. So he knows what's coming. So I think he's gonna hunker down real fast and get a defense going. So he's shipping in 5 Yuruks. getting the vills set up. He's going to have to start building around this place like super muy loco crazy if he wants to survive this. It's going to be pretty serious. Yeah, no, he's going to have to come up with something there. Otherwise, it could go pretty bad. Pretty bad in general, yeah. Okay, so let's see what Mexico's planning. So they're getting their wood now. Wood's coming in. And I think we're going to see a Baja California revolt, right? But what is Armin preparing? So they're getting great code to make the vills immune. Getting steel traps. Getting their wood. They do have a barracks already ready to go to make some jans with. I can definitely tell you, I did my last tournament game for the thing today. I had to do it during my work, which was a pain, but I did. But I had to deal with a Baja Revolt, so I can tell you how scary those things are, because he did everything. He made the filibusters, he called out the cowboys, he did the trade monopoly one, he did everything under the gun with it. It was like scary. Okay, so he's going to make some soldados from his barracks, and then he's going to revolt into Central America. Oh, he's going Central America. Wow. Okay. Now, that's a bit different than I expected. Central America is the more economic revolt. Gives you a ton of villagers, and then you can get Santa Maria's Fire. It gives you 4 soldados. You receive a free P-Tard with all future shipments, starting with this one. Ah, interesting. So he's going with the economic revolt. That one's pretty interesting, because I think it gives you up to 8 free villagers, which is very huge. Gives you a huge boost. And then you get a lot of good economical and different support-based cards. Santa Maria's Fire is definitely a good one because it gives you a nice beefy jump with these soldados. Very solid unit. Well, frankly, it's a 2-pot musket. I mean, it's really durable in HP, damage, and quite good. And then, yep, build, got his treasure there, really nice. Has a free P-Tard now that they can do some stuff with, which is really funny. Okay, so the Ottoman is gonna defend with Jan Abbas. Jan Abbas, Barracks, Foundry. I talked about Jan Abbas today, and I told you how dangerous Jan Abbas is. It's very formidable. Because you get this nice defensive line of Janissaries, which can deal with a lot. And then you got the Abbas in the back doing huge amounts of anti-musket damage, plus their crush damage. So they can shred through anything that's, on foot. So yeah, big thing. You gotta make sure you keep the P-Tards safe, though. I don't want you losing these guys, because if you can get a good stack of them, I think you can do pretty well, Oh, so he's using the Infinite Falconet shipment there. Ooh, okay. That's pretty good, because now he's got a cannon he can use, but he just has to be careful of the Abbas, though. Though they do have a Malice against artillery, they're still going to be dealing, what would that be, like 13 something damage to the Falconets? So it's definitely more than what the Janissaries are doing. The Janissaries are doing, what's that armor? It's like only like 5 or something, right? Or 8. Really nothing. The Abbas are still going to be doing more damage to the artillery than the Jans are, so you got to be very careful. Okay, so he gets a good shot in there. It takes out like 3 units. Ah, good. Gets an Abbas down. Great. However, I think he did not commit this correctly, because now looks like he lost a lot of his P-Tards, which is not good. Or maybe he expected that and planned to use them as a diversion. Maybe. But either way, he's got to grow his numbers on these soldados a bit. He's got to get some more of these. Yep, try to pull back a bit. Target into the Abbas, the Janissaries. Keep that Falconet secured. So he's going to... Where's his Falcon going to come in from? Yep, it's come from back here. Oh, he's going to go after it with the Jan. Look at that. He's going right after it. He's going to rush that thing. Oh, nope, not good. Not good. It's over. It's over. He has the high ground. You got the low ground. That's not good. Yeah, no. That was too slow of a strategy, I think. I don't think you can do that to Ottomans. See, their skirmish unit in early is so good. No, that just doesn't work out. I mean, if you were dealing with like crossbowmen or something and muskets, I think you could have handled this. But we're talking Abyss gunners. Those things are ferociously dangerous. I mean, it's 36 base damage and then the multiplier added in. No, you can't do that against Abyss gunners. No, that was just really not good. I mean, Soldados, great unit, but not against Abyss. Oh, and now he's going to get Cachalicos now. Oh, Salvadorian Coffee ships an additional settler for each shipment you have sent so far in the game. Yeah, I don't know what 6 villagers is going to do for you, man. It's just not... Yeah, no, I don't... I just didn't know it. Yeah, definitely not good. But, yeah, that was an interesting situation. I totally thought the Mexico was going to go Baja California and try to rush the Ottomans outright. Have a ton of filibusters there and maybe pull some of those owl hoots and the gunslingers out. But yeah, no, that just didn't end up happening there at all. Absolutely not. So now we will look for another match to do here. Let me scroll down through all these. I think I pushed in a little bit too deep, so we have to... I'm just realizing how many recordings we got here. Look at all these things. This is crazy. Look at all these recordings we got. We might be doing this for like a month. Got a month's worth of material here. This is crazy. I mean, I don't mind doing it over the course of the next 2 or 3 months because people want to see that, but yeah, no. So Tabin versus Castle, this one. Balinki versus Yaya, have we seen that? I'm trying to remember. If we've seen that before. Because I don't want to repeat it if I haven't. Alright, so we got Shake, Phoenix, this. Julian K versus Yaya. Okay, so that's where I saw that name from. It was Julian K. Yeah, his Dutch game. Yep. So Balianke versus Yaya. This one is new. This one is a duplicate of this one, so we can avoid that. And then we'll go to Milk and Honey versus Castle then. Right? Yep. So Baliankia, or whatever his name is going Brits. Yaya is going United States. Alright. Good set of civs actually. Historically accurate too, by the way, because of the good old American Revolution. The shot heard around the world. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting matchup, to say the least. USA, they got some pretty strong builds. They got a few tricks up their sleeve, I would say, just because they get so many different card options, thanks to their state age-up system, being part of the America culture, yeah, they get tons of different card options depending on which state they go with. Starting with the trading posts, wow, that's pretty bold. So I think I know what we're going to get here, and I think we've seen it during this tournament already. He's going to go for a Scottish Immigrants Highlander push. Yeah, there's only one reason this guy could already be going for a house this early, trading post this early, because he's going to be going for greedy max trading posts. So that way he has enough meeting houses, saloons, and trading posts to eke out a ton of Highlanders. Yeah, that would be my guess here, at least if I was to predict this. Up, Chinese immigrants first. So what this does is, it gives you a trading post rickshaw, so you can set up a TP on the trade route of the native sites. And then, right out of the gate, since you have your levy ability available, you can get another trading post rickshaw out of that one. And then you're already at 3 trading posts. And then by the time you get to like age 2 or so, you'll probably have a good enough of a cooldown to get your 4th one. It's like spreading like a virus on the map with trading posts. It's like quite crazy. And the whole reason we do it is for the Scottish Immigrants card to really go well. And yes, he does have the Scottish Immigrants card, so that's exactly what he's going to do here. He's going to go for Scottish Immigrants. You wait and see. He also has Advanced Saloon. Advanced Saloon, reason he's has that in there is so he can build up the 3 saloons instead of just 1. So he's going to have like three trading posts, right? And because he already had a trading post established, he was able to levy another rickshaw out of that one. So he is going to be doing trading posts 2 and 3 at the same time. And then he's going to chop for wood, try to get his saloons up, right? And then he's going to be in really good shape for going with Scottish Immigrants. Right. If he can get some food, he can actually use the special property to get a trading post this way too. Because in Definitive Edition, they added a kind of a gnarly way to get access to native sites. Instead of having to pay the 200 wood, you can alternatively have the trading post build itself for 100 food and 100 wood. So I wonder if we'll see that at all from the USA Explorer there, Amelia Black. Walking around and, you know, doing that stuff, yeah. Alright, so first saloon is going down. Also building a market. So what's he going to start with the card? Alright, he's got a military wagon. He's going to get a stable up. He's going to go, oh, Philadelphia Convention. That's quite nice. Gives you a meeting house and allows you to get some, basically royal decrees, I would call them. Pretty much out of that for you. So, for Scott, this card is going to be the height of what this player is going to do. Essentially, for every meeting house, trading post, and saloon you have, you get a free Highlander. Up to 10. So you can get like a 10 Highlander ship in an age too. Depending on how you play your cards right. So that's pretty big. That's very substantial. You know, depending on when he wants to throw this thing on his opponent. Because what he can do is, he can like start out with like state militia to try to pressure his... Oh, he's going to go Arkansas Post. Wow. So Arkansas Post gives you 3 trading post rickshaws. 3 of them. So now, assuming he can get all these up, and he's going to auto-build 1 over here. Oh no, he got another rickshaw. Do it from the levy ability. Okay, so he's got 4 trading posts. He's going to go for this one, and this one. So he's going to have 7. He has a saloon. He's got a meeting house. Now he's going for Pennsylvania pounds. So this is a trade-off tech that reduces your mining rate, but it gives you a free gold trickle. So instead of having to have your bills on the mines doing work, you can actually just collect gold with the trickle. It's not a huge trickle, but okay, so he is actually going with taverns instead of trading posts. That's pretty smart actually, because now essentially what he can do is he can try to put that... Oh wow, that's great. It's really good. I would try to get another TP here too, honestly, if it was me. Okay, so he's got 2 meeting houses, 3 saloons. He's got 4... Oh, good. Beautiful. He's going to get 9 Highlanders out of this, right? Yeah, no, he's going to get a lot of stuff. This is really good. He really planned this well. You know how valuable 9 Highlanders is in Age of Empires 3? That is really good. Very, very good. Yeah, no, that's really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Absolutely. So, yep. Looks like we got a Hussar queuing up over there. Highlanders coming in. Very nice. Oh, he was actually contemplating rushing his trading posts. Ooh, interesting. Didn't quite expect that. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, but here comes the Highlanders, though, so it doesn't matter what you do now, man. He's already got his value from this thing, so you may as well just prepare yourself for what's to come, because he's got Hussars and he's got Highlanders. The Hussars are going to be really good against these archers, and then the Highlanders are just going to pound on top of them with some good range damage. Yep. Yep, so Highlanders coming in right away, shredding the muskets to smithereens. Hussars pressuring the longbowmen quite good. But the pikemen just arrived, though. That's not good. That can't be great. Oh, got another. Oh, no. You got too many archers. Wow, that's so bad. That's so horrible. I thought he was going to use these properly. He just threw them in the front and let them die like that. That is so bad. You can't do that. The whole point of that build is to have a big, beefy army of damage-pounding units. You just let them go to waste. He should have just waited till he got some owl hoots or something and some state militia and go in and do that. You gotta preserve those Highlanders. They're like the most important unit in your army when you go with this strategy. I think... Well, the thing is, I think the first one that we saw in this tournament, at least he kept them alive longer. Because now he's just got one Highlander, and it's like, oh, what am I going to do with that? Like nothing. Oodles, like nothing. Is he going to ship in Seminoles or something? What's... He could get Seminoles, I guess. Some Shark-Tooth Bowmen wouldn't hurt. I'd probably go for that at this point. Yeah. Oh, Hussars on the Longbowmen again. This time, the Hussars have a nice, clean shot at the archers. Oh man, look at that stuff. Big time. Yeah. TP is going down right there right now. Very good. Whoa. Yes. Yes. I lost a trading post. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I'm losing. Then I can go to bed already. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's thinking that way. You never know. Maybe it's 3 in the morning for him and he wants snooze. Press the snooze button. You never know what his intentions are. Maybe he threw those Highlanders on purpose just so he could go to bed earlier. You never know. Yeah. Either way, though, he will indeed get Seminole Scouts. And then he's going to keep doing Owl Hoots. Now, the Owl Hoots, if you've ever seen me do Colosseum Budokai, these guys are really good because not only do they have sort of the same stats as a Renegado, but they get a charge attack called a Buckshot, where shoots out 6 bullets with the area of effect spread of 2, and it just like shreds stuff really well. So, nah, you gotta watch out for Owl Hoots. Owl Hoots are kind of a formidable troop to send in the battle. Yeah, but he is losing his taverns though, which I'm not so happy about. Nah, don't want to lose those saloons too soon there, basically. Comes the archers now in that area. Okay. Huh. So he's going longbow musket, and then I think the problem is he needs some housing space so he can keep up the owl hoots. Yeah, no, he's got to get some housing space for those. Otherwise, he's gonna run short. Also, why does he plan on sending otherwise? Is he gonna age up, get some Gatling guns? He might be, he might be aging up to get Gatling guns. No, I see that. I see that now. He might be aging up to get Gatling guns now. Yeah, absolutely. That looks like the direction he's heading. Big time.
Yes.
Oh man. Huh. Get that meeting house down there. Very good. Oh, he's gonna get some cowboys. Get a cowboy. They have a nice charge attack too, where they shoot multiple shots at cavalry, so that's a good choice. Comes a levy. Levy of levies. I think, though, the British did a good job of consolidating his mass, and now it's going to be tough. Because, remember, he's the Brits. He gets these manor houses that give him a free villager. And look at his vill count. He's up at 51 villagers right now. He really did good there. He also sent 4 villagers, too. So he vill boomed like real crazy. And he can still get 4 more manor houses and get up to like almost 60 vills. So, you know what that means. Double barracks, stable. Basically, what the USA had to do, he had to be quick and precise like a surgeon and execute his opponent with precision, but he just didn't do that. He burned through his whole Highlander mass, and he just died so fast. That's really bad. I mean, that's generally where things went wrong. He should have just kept the army going as best as he could and gone for a quick surgical death on the Brit. Because now his Gatling guns are surrounded and it's just not good. Good attempt, though. I mean, his build was great. I think he did a great job. He just didn't support the units the way that he should have. Maybe he should have had a ton of state militia with him, you know, so he could have beat through the muskets. Or I think Hussar could have been great. And maybe the pikeman arrival kind of botched that, but I just don't know. Can't be 100% certain of that. Definitely not. So yeah, that was a pretty good battle there, to say the least. No, I definitely like that, though. 100%. Let's figure out what the next recording is. So now we're looking at Milk and Honey versus Castle. Very nice. Let's do this one now. Alright, so looks like Castle is going the Chinese, and Milk and Honey is playing as the Ottomans. It's actually kind of like the first game we saw for this whole tournament, right? In general, it was Sheikh playing as the Ottomans, and his opponent was playing as the Chinese in the corner there. So we're kind of reliving that moment right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to end the same way, but it's probably going to end the same way. It's probably going to end the same way. Well, the thing is, I could tell you somebody used to do ranked in Definitive Edition. Track record with Chinese versus Ottomans is never good. If there was one Civ that would bring down my ELO, it was always the Ottomans when I was the Chinese. Because China was one of my favorite Civs. Because I felt like I got some good tempo with their armies and stuff, and I was able to beat a lot of players with it. Whenever I ran into a witty Ottoman player, things just never worked. They sometimes worked out if they were very, very weird with their build. Like if they did Humbarasi or something, I could beat them. But if they're playing around the Fast Fortress, the Fast Industrial, odds are I would be taking a loss there, which would be very sad. Yeah. Alright, so going with the start of capitalism, this Ottoman is going Fast Fortress. Without a doubt, this is Fast Fortress. Getting the gold trickle early so he can essentially get the gold trickle necessary to get the 300 gold to combine with his 700 coin card. It's plain and simple. Plain and simple. Now, what the China does, that's going to make a whole difference. And maybe we want to focus more on China in this situation. Oh, he did get some wood, by the way. Very nice. Okay, so China's going to start with Tea export. Gives you a consulate. Gives you, I think, about 100 export. And then it gives you an export trickle for the rest of the game. So it really benefits you to get that card first, so that you can go with the Russian allies and get a blockhouse to help defend your... Oh, he's going for the Breaking Me build. Look at that. He's going to go for the French. It was about time we saw this build in the tournament. So instead of going with the Russians, you got another option. You can actually go with the French and go for their food crate technology right away. Because what it does, it gives you a ton of food crates, and then you can take those food crates and then you can age up with them. It's like really good. It gives you like 400 food, which is more than a card's worth of age 1 card's worth of food, and then you just age up with that very quickly. So I'm feeling a little bit better about China now that he's doing the Breaking Me type build. Is he going to go with the port? Yep, he's going to go for the Porcelain Tower. Look at that. He knows what he's doing. This guy knows what he's doing. He's going for the Porcelain Tower. He watched Breaking Me, China all the time. He's got a good build. And the reason you go for Porcelain Tower with this build is so you get a really powerful trickle early on. And then you just use all your export to keep grabbing all the resource crates from the French. He is doing a great job here. Now, I think if you were to fight Ottomans with any sort of Chinese build, it would probably be the Breaking Me one with the Porcelain Tower. Now, that's quite good. I mean, I was a little concerned he was going to play more the traditional way that I did, but no, if he's going Breaking Me build, he is in good shape. Yeah, no. I wish they had that card in Wars of Liberty, because then I would run that all the time myself. And potentially do more Chinese games against the Wars of Liberty civs. Yeah, but here we go now. He's going to go with some hunts there. Oh, Step Riders. Yep, Step Riders. And then normally... Oh, no, he doesn't have it. Breaking Me likes to go with the Flamethrower plus Mountain Castle card, but it looks like he doesn't have that, so he's going to go with Step Riders. Pretty fair. Can deliver some rating pressure with that. And then it can prep for Age 3, which he's going to do now. He's going to go for his 700 coin. Very, very good. He's playing it like the Bible right now. He's doing a really nice setup there. And to boost it up further, he configures his Porcelain Tower onto all food. So it's a strong, solid trickle of 3 food per second, which can help propel him into Age 3 very quickly to match the Ottomans. So yeah, he's doing the right thing, you know. That is good. Quite good, actually. So I like what he's setting up here. It's going to lead to a really good show for us, personally. Yeah, most definitely will. Alright, so these Step Riders are going to come around the corner here. And they are going to Come around the side here, right? Very nice. Start hitting this mosque here. Wow, very good. Good, good, good. If you can get a mosque down, it slows down Ottoman shipment slightly, and it gives him a huge kill bounty too. So that's great. Alright. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think he wants to risk this because obviously these Bashi Bajouks have some hand armor and they'll hurt these guys quite a bit, so they'll have to back off. Overall, quite good though. Confucian Academy, good one. This will essentially give him access to some Arquebusiers and start him up a queue of Flying Crows. At this stage, the Basi Bajouks are almost spent out, so if he does fight him, he's gonna like take him out in like one sword swing. Yeah, quite good. Good use of the Step Riders here in the close formation, so he can constantly keep hurting his opponent where he tries to establish. Look at that. He's doing a good job of trying to stall out his oh, wait a second. Oh, he got disciples. Look at that. RNGesus, the Lord RNGesus is bowed to him. Look at that. He got rid of the Abyss Gunners and the Bashis. Whoa, he's going to get a Vil too. Oh, good. That was beautiful. Now he just cut down 4 Abyss Gunners that his opponent could have used. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, this is good. He's actually doing a good job here, right? Now the Ottoman is going to go fast industrial from the looks of it. He's going to go fast industrial. Or at least he was planning to, because he went for the second town center, went for the 1,000 coin. But this China might be able to sabotage him from doing it. Okay, but now he's sending his Muhabir from his mosque to take out the Shaolin master there. Honestly, it was pretty necessary. But I believe the Disciple can fight the Muhabir and take him out. Yep. Wow, that was crazy. Imagine having such good RNG with the Shaolin Master that you force your opponent to actually train a spy to actually take him out. That's pretty bad. When you actually have to get an actual spy in there to deal with him. Quite severe, actually. And now you can go to Industrial Age. Yep. He's going to get Mosque Construction. And then he's going to go Royal Decree. Yep. I see where this is going. Grand Vizier. Get some Safahis from the Age Up. There'll be Shao Tech in the Guard. Now, what is China plan? So, China's going Intervention. We have British, again, an Expeditionary Army of Redcoats. They're going to get, I believe, some more Redcoats. Either that or Hussars. Or something. And then, yeah. Got the Arquebusiers here. Now, this is where things get a little bit scary if you're China. I don't know if technically the China can hold up against a fast industrial. I know they probably could have dealt with a fast fortress, but I think the Ottoman is becoming a real monster now. Because, wait a minute, he didn't get his shipments yet. He didn't get his shipments yet. That's concerning. Okay, so he's going to get his first batch of Safahis first. So he's playing it very carefully. And these will come out as guard Safahis. So quite strong and powerful. Definitely enough to... They'll probably even be able to squash Redcoats at that stage, yeah. So it'll be kind of a bit concerning. And now he's got his Porcelain Tower on gold, it looks like. It looks like that China might also be going industrial, too. to get some of these good flying crows, maybe fire dragon manual for the artillery. Yeah, I see what the China's trying to maybe pull here. Is he gonna ship in gold, or is he just gonna ship in something else maybe, like the meteor hammers or the arquebusiers? I don't know. I don't know what his plans are exactly, but we'll see. Sure enough. Oh, good hit on the Vil there. Quite nice. Alright, now you got... Oh, Shaolin... Oh! Snare. It's got you in a snare. Very nice. It's gonna take all those out now. Really bad. That's a lot of wasted food there. Got some sheep there to put on the village. Okay, so is he gonna age up? What's his plan? What's his plan, man? What is the plan, man? You gonna age up? Get these red coat Shao teched into guard? Would be a good idea, you know? Yeah. Because you know your Ramen opponent is already preparing stuff. So he's got both factories done. His Robber Baron's one is there, and then he's getting his other factory out now. And you know what that means? We're going to see great bombards today. The greatest bombards of all. The great bombards. The greatest bombards in the world, in fact. And that's going to be a problem that China's going to have to deal with now. Because he's in industrial age. Oh, now he has to get Galata Tower District. So, yeah. Get his build limit up on his vills to 40. Through the mosque. Oh, whoa, look at that. That was a horrible raid there. Yeah. So China is going up with White Pagoda. Increases the Shaolin Master and Disciples stats, and the Disciples have a bigger build limit. Okay, so things are getting pretty heated here, you know. Might be planned to go Disciples against his Bombards, perhaps. Yeah, no, that might be happening here pretty much. Alright, so Redcoats and Arquebuzio is going this direction towards Almond Base. Does he have any bombards yet? No, he hasn't yet. He's actually using the factories to pump out enough wood for his royal decrees first, which I think is a pretty smart plan, since these things are good at accumulating resources very quickly. Once he gets the royal decrees, Ottomans are going to be a real threat, because he's going to get the Nizam Fusiliers first, then he's going to get the Safahi one, and then he's probably going to get the Bombard one, and it's... Yep, look at that. Look at that, he's getting them all. He's getting the Nizams. Oh, jeez, and then the Bombards. He's got 2 Bombards in tow there. This is very bad. Yeah, and these Nizams are guard level at this point, so... Yep. Not looking good. Not looking good, my friend. Just telling ya. China's got like 1 flying crow. What do they get now? So they get 17 Chengdaos and flying crows. Interesting. Chengdaos. They're pretty bad, aren't they? They're like not that good. Especially if it doesn't have any upgrade. I'm like, yeah, no, they're Garbo. They're not going to do that good. I know what you plan on doing with Chengdao Swordsman at this stage. It's not going to be great. Oh, look at the Bombards. He's got 5 of them. He's got 5 of them. 5 Bombards. And then the Nizams, too. Oh, no. This is over, man. This is so Joe over. Yeah, this is why I don't like the Ottomans in ranked games. Playing as China. This happened to me probably 50 to 100 times in my lifetime. And I've seen Widgie and others die to it too in their YouTube videos. Really, really scary stuff there. Yeah, I know. It's really bad. Very bad. Insanely bad, actually. Ugh. I think I'm actually getting, flashbacks. I'll just say flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks now, seeing that. Quite disturbing. Quite painful, too. If only you knew. Oh, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you've seen those sort of thingy-majiggies before, too. So, yeah. Big time, 100%. What do we got now? Which game are we on? Phoenix versus Halon. Have we seen that one yet? Let me check really quick. Phoenix versus Halon. Yeah. Where's the other one I saw? I'm just making sure. Look, Tom. That's what we got. Phoenix there. Phoenix there. Milk and Honey versus Castle. This one. Alright. I just had to recollect where I was in the list. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Halon playing as Ethiopia and Phoenix playing as the Brits. Okay, this should be pretty fun. We've seen a few Ethiopias in this tournament before, so I think you're a little bit familiar with them at this point. Basically, Ethiopia is the cool civ that can build mountain monasteries on top of their mines, and then have their priests or villagers gather both gold and influence from it at the same time, which is quite nice. But similar to the Hausa, you're going to want to build a granary right away since it's, well, free. Free stuff is good stuff, right? Because what did your mom and dad always tell you? Nothing in life is for free, son or daughter. So if you do get something for free like a granary, definitely take it, because it's quite good. Because again, the granary essentially boosts your hunting rate around it when you're hunting meat. It also allows you to research your first hunting upgrade there, village dogs too, which is quite good. Yep. Also, you're gonna have to probably sell one of your cattle at this point to build a house, and probably research village dogs out of the granary to get your hunting rate up. What he's doing, which I use, okay, yep, he's getting it now. So he's getting village dogs, getting a house, makes total sense. Oh, he did. Ah, interesting. So he decided to put the house over there. I think that's a good idea. You know why? Because if the Brit starts coming in full steam ahead with muskets and age 2, he could take that house out, and then you'd be in so much really bad trouble keeping your population up. So I think that was a pretty good play on his part. He's going to be shipping in Trinity right now, 2 villagers and an Abun priest. The 2 villagers obviously are going to be good at any economy test that you have, and then the Abun priests you can put right on your mountain monastery. Quite good. So he can gather you gold, he'll gather you influence while that thing still has stuff on it. That's great. Quite great, actually. Best thing too is it's an infinite card. So if there's literally nothing else you can send in your deck, you can actually just ship this again and get something, which is good. Very good, actually. So there we go. Where are the Brits at with their deck too? Are they... Okay, so Brits are playing a land deck, so they got all the bells and whistles. They do have Spice Trade, so not only are they going to be focusing on getting their manners up quickly, they're going to probably be using Spice Trade to make their hunts really good. Very nice. So, yep, this is the stage where British are going to go manor booming like crazy, chopping tons of wood, building manor houses left and right, getting free villagers from them. It's going to be quite lovely. And it's terrific. Well, it looks like they're gonna get a market first. Probably to get gang saw to make the chopping raid better. And then possibly hunting dogs for the food. Yeah. That usually goes quite good when you do that, so definitely it's gonna be quite nice. Alright, there's the Mountain Monastery right there. And he's got all his, he's got 2 villagers plus his Abun on it, right? Nope, he doesn't have his Abun on it yet. He should get his Abun on it already if he hasn't. Where's his priest? Oh, he built one. Ah, interesting. So he has one over there too. Wow. So he's got all of his Mountain Monasteries pretty much figured out at this point, yeah. He's going with the Jesuits. The Jesuits are a pretty good option with Ethiopia for an alliance because they give you access to the conquistadores. And then obviously they give you a free church as well that you can plop down and get some XP from right away, which is great. That's where's the church gonna... Oh, look what he's... Oh, no. He's using the Explorer to try to get... Oh, you gotta get the town center garrison in... Okay. Alright. That was a scary situation. I thought he was going to get that wagon down, and unbelievable, yeah. Okay, so now he's got some XP trickle, which is great. He's going to start queuing up conquistadores now. For all that influence he's getting from the Mountain Monasteries. He seems to have them on balance mode right now, so the gold gather rate is equivalent to the influence one. So he's doing the balance mode right now, it seems like. Sending Jesuit influence to get a ton of crates here of XP and influence, which is good. Very nice. Gonna be able to stick that influence right away into against some conks. And there he's got some conquistadores ready to go to attack the... He's gonna go into hand attack to snare the Explorer down, it looks like, yeah. Oh, very good. Very nice. Once again, now he's getting Fasilides Castle, so he's going to get a palace wagon there, and he's going to plop that down in this spot. Yaquab Gibby in that area. That'll give him some good defense and allow him to make his special units there later on, which is good. Explorer's down. I got 4 conks, very nice. Oh wow, look, he's already playing musketeers with these conks. In general, Phoenix is going to try to fight the conks in stagger mode, so he doesn't get eaten up by the one splash attack on the conks range attack. Yeah. Yeah, the conks could really be thought of as like a mounted Cornucopia, just because of their one splash attack, being able to hit multiple opponents effectively. Yeah. It's like, so far he's getting some of the muskets down, which is good. But now he had... Ah, retreat! Ooh! That was close. He almost got snared and destroyed there. But now he's got to get through these. Oh! Good micro there by Phoenix. He shot him right on point there. That was good. Very nice. Hussars coming out now. Shipment of the Longbowmen, very nice.
Yes, I feel me stronger now.
Ooh, good. Now in this situation, because the muskets are so close to each other, the conchs will actually be able to cap on their splash attack, which is great. Yeah, no. Quite good, actually. That's alright. I mean, he's got so many monsters at this point on the field that I think it's probably okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. He at least got his arsenal up. If he lost the arsenal, I think that would have been pretty sad. Yeah, so where's he able? He's going to get a Sebastopol to do some pretty good support damage against these muskets. That's quite nice. And then what else is he going to be able to? He's going to get able to get Neftanya skirmishers. Pretty solid, yeah. Right now he's just playing chicken with these infantry because he doesn't want to take too much damage. Ooh, the Sebastopol's out. Ooh, great. This guy's a beefy cannon here, so this thing can actually take a bit of abuse there for a while. He's going to try to use as best as he can to target the... oh, he's got to keep the conchs on the Hussar. Oh, good, 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 good. You can keep making conchs with the native embassies, so that's not really a huge problem, per se. Ooh, nice. Got those muskets up. Palace is also attacking his, oh, good. Alright, now he's got Neftanya's here. Oh, guys. I'm trying to see how many shots he's going to get in. Ah, man. If he got one more in, I think he'd be totally solid. So far, so good. I mean, it's not out for the count yet. Try to keep your Abun alive, though, so you can put him on a monastery. That's what I would probably want to do there, most definitely. Okay, Hussars are a bit of a problem, but once he cleans those up, I think he might be okay. Why is the priest there? Priesty needs to go to a monastery and start gathering stuff. Otherwise, he's wasting his time there. Alright, so he's got his shipment of Gasconyas, those African javelineers that act as muskets. He's got one Chotel warrior to snare the muskets. Worked a bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, very nice. Some Neftanyas there, very nice. Well, let's see where Brits are at with their eco. Their economy's probably smoking right now. Yeah, very nice. Going to Fortress Age with the Bishop for another TC. Where's his Vil count at, by the way? 47. Pretty reasonable for this stage of the game. Didn't ship in his 4 Vil card yet, so that's totally normal. Of a number that is. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of army though. That's what I'm mostly concerned about. Like, Phoenix did a great job at making him bleed dry his whole army. Like, if he still had his Sevastopol and stuff, I think probably things would look a little bit better. But no, I just don't know what's gonna happen at this point. Yeah, it's looking a little concerning for the Ethiopia. I think honestly, unless he can get a really good fight here or something, maybe then he can turn it around. He's fighting a musket with the shot. You gotta fight the longbowmen. You can't be fighting muskets with that. That's wrong idea, my friend. Wrong idea. You don't want to do that. Very, very bad. Muy malo. Muy malo. Yeah, absolutely. Very bad indeed. GG. Yep, good job, Phoenix. Definitely British. Very nice player. No, he's just a British player. It's not a nice player, he's just playing British. Yeah, that's basically the Brits, you know. Manor House after Manor House, and at that point they get so many vills, it's like kind of an impossible thing to defend against at that point. It's like literally insane what they pull off there, pretty much. Yeah, kind of scary what the Brits can do with all those vills. Yeah, big time. And so where are we on now? Right, so go through here. Down, 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 down. This one. I wonder what this one is. Let's find out. Yuck. I don't want to look at that. I don't think we want to waste time looking at that one. It's not that good. It's really, really not good at all. So we'll just look down further. So, Conqueror 9-7 versus Antinomy. Ah, that's a cool name. Let's try that one. Okay, so Antinomy is playing as the French, and then Conqueror is playing as the Germans. Okay. So, in this matchup, it's really going to come down to what Germany's plan is against the French. Now, I will say French are probably the run-of-the-mill civ, since they really don't have a ton of crazy unique bonuses. The really biggest bonus is just the Courier de Bois, I would say, with the French. Everything else is kind of just normal, you know, with the French, you know. The CBD economy and defense is definitely formidable, but yeah, other than that, France is pretty standard, I would say. Germany, on the other hand, they had some pretty crazy builds there with the mercenaries, the natives. We could see all sorts of crazy Germany stuff here. It really depends. Yeah, no, we could see them in some insane stuff here, big time. All depends on a lot. So they're going to get an XP treasure. That's definitely a good one to get. Okay, so this looks like another land fighting deck. Only this one has a bit more push towards cavalry. Yeah, you got all your cavalry cards, even Lipizzaner cavalry, and your winged hussar shipment in Age 4. That's quite good. And yeah, very nice.
Aufgabe. Bereit. Ja. Aufgabe. Bereit.
Okay, so what's France doing with their deck? Theirs looks pretty much like, yeah, pretty standard there. We'll have to see what the French build is like on the ground to see if they're going to go Fast Fortress or go H2. So, Politician's going to be Core Master. That's usually the best one to go with. Gives you a lot of wood for your production buildings and your population. Germany's also going to go Core Master. Great choice. Really is. French, as part of their build order at this stage, gets a market. Quickly goes for the hunting dogs, placer mines, and then eventually steel traps. Also, they already have their trading posts established as part of their BO2, which is good. They're going to need some more gold, though, if they're going to... Oh, wait a minute. No, never mind. Yeah, oh, he actually just researched it now. I didn't know that. I thought he would have already have queued it there when I switched onto him. That's a bit strange. Big time. Steel traps. Good. 4 vills. So I think... He might be going Fast Fortress because what I see a lot of the... Oh no, he's going Cavalry. He's going Stable. He's going to go Hussar. Okay, you can go with that too. So he shipped in the 4 CBDs so he could get enough food for the Hussar costs. Basically. And he's likely going to have some pretty serious cav wars with the Germany who gets free Ulans with their shipments. Yeah, but I will say if it comes down to it, Hussars in numbers are definitely going to beat Ulans. You know, Ulans, damage is great. They're like glass cannon cavalry, but their HP, not so great. Yeah, no. Definitely not. And stable up there. Oh, it's going to be Cav Wars, but it's going to be Yuan versus Hussar. So that right. That could be pretty good. So now what we're going to see is we are going to see Yulans facing off against Hussars here. Should be quite nice. They're just passing each other right now. Oh, yep. Turn around to the Yulans. Nope. But they're way out there at that point. Movement speed's the same on them, right? Yeah, I was just curious about that. 700 wood with 2 Urons. Also queuing up 3 of them. Where's the French shipping in? So he's got... He could ship in 3 Hussars himself, too. Potentially. How much gold has he got? So he's got all this. He's got placer mines, right? So... Doesn't have amalgamation, right? He doesn't have the second mining tech in. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Nice. See what these Hussars end up doing here. Looks like they're all going to fight on the outlaws there. Very nice. This is the best treasure to get the 320 XP. Well, why are you running away from the treasure? I was like, wait a second. Oh, he had a formation issue. Okay. Makes sense now. That explorer will be going down. But watch out for the Yuans, though. There's a ton of those. Like, yeah. Get into the melee right away. We'll see if who ends up winning here. Okay. No, that's not good. See, when you stack a ton of Yuans in a cavalry fight, then they become deadly because it's huge damage, huge damage, huge damage, huge damage. It's like one hit after another with it, and it's just really bad. No, quite bad, actually. So, yeah. Definitely quite dangerous overall, I would say, yeah. Okay, so going Musket Hussar now. That should give them a bit of an edge against those Yuans and force Germany to change their strategy up. Well, they got barracks too, so he could go crossbowman. He could go crossbowman to counter the muskets hypothetically and then just keep running in with Yuans. So that's one thing we're going to have to see here if that ends up happening or not, right? Okay, so Hussar is here. Let's see where these Hussars end up going. To which spot? Alright, so he is going to go Fortress Age, France. Germany the same. They're actually ahead of the game. Going with the Exiled Prince to make it super fast. Francia will be going up with the Exiled Prince as well to keep fast for them. Very interesting. And what are they going to get out of the gate? Germany could go War Wagon, Skirmisher. One of those. For France, they're going to probably go Falconet, Dragoon, or Skirm. I'll guarantee you. That's probably what they got in mind. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing in the end. So Hussars come down here in the corner, probably trying to find a place to raid. But the thing is, Blue Germany here actually built a pretty nice structure. They sort of build like Age of Empires 2 Arabia style, just walling up with their buildings. So this way they have a nice wall of line of sight to know where the raiders are coming from. That I think is going to make it really hard for France to potentially raid their positions at all, which I think is pretty good overall, I would say. Yeah, definitely. 100%. Skirmishers and Dragoons now. Good wombo combo there. Shipping in more Dragoons as well. Obviously, Dragoons will cook any Yuans in sight. Upon sight, they will just vanish out of thin air because these guys don't have a lot of HP. Dragoons with their multipliers, instant removal. Instant removal for them. Just like a card game with removal cards, yeah. Just like instant removal there, basically. Watch out with those Hussars there. You don't want to waste those things. You know, they're pretty useful, sturdy. Imagine if you snared them and they got hit with a Dragoon. That would be so bad, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, no. I thought these were Dragoons for some reason because I was thinking of Wars of Liberty and Dragoons have, like, skins like this. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, is that Dragoon? No, that's a Yuan. What am I saying? Germany doesn't have Dragoons. They have War Wagons. I just said that. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm having Wars of Liberty moment because in Wars of Liberty, the Dragoons in that game actually look just like the Ulans, and it's pretty remarkable how the skin textures look so close to each other. I mean, it's not the same because obviously they have their helmet and stuff, but yeah, no, the color palette and everything. And now we got 15 Dragoons there, 8 Hussars, we got some muskets, some skirms, got a little bit of everything. Ooh, the cuirassiers. You got cuirassiers, Jazzy. Oui. These guys are powerful. They got splash attack of 2. So they'll be really good for going up against these skirms. Yeah, they can fight the Yuans as well. I mean, they'll do some damage to those Yuans too, provided they don't get smothered too early. Yep, watch out for the war waggies. Oh nope, get the muskets out of your formation. If they're slowing you down, they're gonna get you destroyed by the war wagons. Gotta be careful of that stuff. You gotta be careful of that stuff. It's really important. As for Germany, queuing up skirmisher Yuan. At this rate, yep. What else? Probably get some more skirmishers in, right? Yep. Very nice. Very good. Yeah.
Auftrag. Ja. Ja. Aufgabe. Bereit. Es geht mir besser.
Oh man, look at okay. Get that explorer out first, and then you can go after the army. I can't tell who's got the more burly army of the two. Also, the Germany is getting cav combat, so War Wagon, Yuan stats will go up now. Just so you know. Yep, they will go up. Big time. What's the France getting, by the way? So they're going to get cuirassiers, skirmishers, and they're getting their own cav combat too to match their opponent. I'll just follow the fight and look at it live, yeah. I was kind of surprised that game that the cuirassiers actually were able to get creamed so easily. I guess when you have so much raw strength of Ulans, things get pretty fierce there very quickly, yeah. So now, what do we got here? We got Jalefet versus Quickaragan. What's a Quickaragan? Never heard of a Quickaragan before. Is it like a ragamuffin? A Quickaragan? Huh. We'll find out though. Surely find out. So Quickaragan's got the Dutch, and Jalefet has the Indians. So, I think generally speaking, Dutch is one of the civs you don't want to fight as India. Because once they get their banks established, they become a real nuisance to deal with. Nah, they get like tons of Reuters and skirms, and you really gotta be on top of your game as India, I think, to fight a Dutch player. Now, I think if you can rush them out of the gate, maybe catch them off guard, set poise, sometimes you can make it a little easier for yourself. But yeah, no, I remember having some really tough days fighting the Dutch as the Indians. You know, tons of crazy Reuters skirmisher stuff being done to me. Yeah, no, insane indeed. But yeah, I think you'll see here exactly what I mean, pretty much. Yeah, definitely. Surely you'll see it. It all depends on how the deck's set up, though. I mean, in general, Dutch and Indian decks are pretty consistent. But if we see anything spicy, then we might get a bit of an idea of what they might exactly be planning. What happened? I was going to sound like a Scotsman for some reason there because I was choking on a piece of something I was eating. That's weird. Okay, so yep, standard India deck. This is as standard as an India deck can get, pretty much. All the fixins and everything, pretty much. I got set poise, Sawar, trickle cards, this. Yep, pretty much. Going for distributivism, good idea. Starting, wait a second. So how is he set up actually? So it looks like this India is actually playing more of the normalish way. So instead of going with the straight up 10 villager age up, this India decided to go for the house, get the villagers going, you know, all that. When you want to play more standard with a 15 to 16 villager age up with India, you have to go about it a bit differently. Basically what you have to do is you have to balance your gatherers on wood and food so that you can maintain a queue of villagers, basically, right? And then from there, you kind of throw off some of the villagers once you get the wood trickle, because the wood trickle pretty much gives you enough wood to maybe replace one or two of the vills, and then the big one here, foreign logging, really helps you out to replace vills, and then, you know, you can have a bit more on food and gold and actually make more set poise and stuff, which is great. That's pretty much what you do there. Yeah. Notice now how all the vills are on wood, so we can maintain a queue of Indian villagers there. Quite nice. Looks like the wonder's going up now. The Agra Fort. Good choke point between the water and the native site. Protecting a mine, protecting the hunt. That's a good spot. That's a good spot to put a fort in. It's going to be quite defensible, actually, so I like that. It's going to be quite good. Here comes the hunting eagles, followed by blanket filters there. The first hunting tech and the first mining tech for the Asian civs. Another vill's coming in now. Very nice. Oh wow, using the envoy to attack the villager there. Okay. How much damage do you actually expect to get, though, honestly?
Huh?
Well, it's doing a little bit of damage, I will say. All those little Dutch boy punches are adding up. Quite a bit there, yeah. Look at all those hits.
Adish?
Actually, oh wow, is calling in the native scout to use his little dagger there to try to fight. Oh no, he's on the side of the envoy. Look at that. They almost raided a villager. That's crazy. Right, but now, because India's in H2, they will initiate a push of sepoys, because that's typically how you do India. They really do favor you to do semi-fast fortress instead of straight-up fast fortress. So you usually make at least a few batches of sepoys before considering aging up. Going for the wood, it looks like. 700 wood with the villager. Great part of India is you always get a free villager with your card. So you don't need separate villager cards. You just try to get as many cards as fast as you can, and then your economy will just flourish, right? With the extra eco, which is quite nice. Looks like they can take that envoy out, right? Very good. Take out that outlaw there, very nice. Take out that one there. What's the treasure? It's gonna be XP, right? 210, not bad. Should push the India quite ahead towards getting their next shipment, which is probably gonna be foreign logging. So going for wood. Very nice. Very good choice. So where's the Dutch at? They're on 3 banks now, right? So they got bank 1, 2, and then they get bank 3 through the bank wagon. Yep, that's normally how you do Dutch. You build your first bank between age 1 and 2 by splitting your wood and your food villagers. And then at some point in age 2, you usually, because you have enough food and you're shipping your wood in, then you can get your second bank. And then you ship a bank wagon and then get a third bank. That way you're at about 60% of the initial banks that you can get in the game, which is pretty good for setting up your economy as Dutch, typically. And then you can move on from there, essentially, yeah, which is quite good.
Ik ben gewond, commando. Ik kan me niet bewegen.
Quicker wagon, okay, get a consulate. So I'm assuming India's going diplomatic intrigue, right? Yep, no doubt. Gonna go more Ottomans probably and get some Delhis. Have a bit of handcab mixed in there to fight the Dutch skirmishers. So yeah, I think the approach here by the India player is try to press that Dutch using some handcab, you know? Try to get rid of the skirmishers. Try to like raise a bank or something. Raising banks is not easy. I mean, look at how sturdy these things are. The barracks is easier to siege than a bank. These things are really tough to take down. So if you can take one down, it's quite good. It's like fatal to the Dutch player if you can take out a bank. But if you can't take them out and you lose a lot of troops trying to, the things are pretty bad. And it hopefully falls on you, you know? It's quite bad actually, 100%. So yeah, definitely. Take that bill out there. Good. Very nice. Sepoys coming out, and there's the Delhis there.
Good.
Looks like the skirms are going to win initially because they have the extra +1 range, and they can really do some extra damage to those Gurks as a result. Looks like the India did send in some AZAPs as well. These will be good against Cav and Dragoons, or provide some pretty decent range cover too and support for the other troops. This is quite good. Yeah, now you gotta retreat because now he's got a ton of hussars there at this point. Yeah, big time.
Hazır.
Because normally the Delhi actually moves a bit faster than the hussar, but if they get snared, then they move really slow. Now he's got the Sawars mixed in, so a bit more anti-skirmisher as well, which is good. So what's happening here? Yep, raid the villages there, very nice. India will be going up with the Sharmanar Gate now, right? Sharmanar Gate, gotta free Mahout, and they're gonna ship in more elephants there, which is good. The Dutch, because they've been able to turtle pretty good and establish war banks at this point, can go up as well with the Exiled Prince. The reason they want to age up fast is because they want to be able to get Reuters and Skirmishers. Reuters, Skirmisher. That's like the big, strong archetype of the Dutch. Skirmishers to fight the infantry, Reuters to fight the cavalry. It's basically what you want to go for pretty much there.
Klaar. Commando.
26 skirms, and you got
Commando.
6 hussars there. Very good.
Klaar.
Again, blunderbuss there for defense. Look. Gangsaw, get the wood rate a little bit up so you can get your 5th bank at this point. Right, you can get a 5th bank still, right? Yep. How's his other cards? He has the Royal Decree, so he can get the other 2 banks. Nice. Doesn't have the age 1 bank build limit increases though, which is unfortunate. Let's have some good mercenary shipments though. Alright, so Gurks come in first. They're gonna take out 1, 2 bills. Okay. So pull back. He's probably gonna plan some sort of movement into the base again, right? Oh, did he make him on Sabdar Gurkha and let him die? That's pretty bad, man. Oh man, yeah, he's gonna have to make another one now. That's insane, dude. Like, you gotta be careful. The main reason you make him on Sabdar is to support your other troops, not to send them out alone to get sniped. Man, that's pretty bad. I don't usually see people actually make them on Sabdars unless it's like an emergency situation where stats really matter. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting he's actually going for the on Sabdar there to boost up the other ones. Oh, pretty interesting play to say the least. Yeah, big time. Yeah, that'll be quite good. Yeah, definitely.
Huh.
And relations, very nice. Oh, he's got the Mansabdar for the Sepoy too. Wow, he's going full Mansabdar here. Wow, it's neat because usually people just go Sharmanar Gate just to get the free Mahout, being part of the build order. We very rarely see people actually implement Mansabdars into their strategy. Looks like he's implemented both the Sepoy one as well as the Gurkha one effectively, thus giving him a really good beefed up infantry force. Yeah, I know, his infantry force is in much better shape now with those Mansabdars. Then he's adding British East India Company, which will boost up all these guys by 10%. The Sawars, the Sepoys, and the Gurks, and thus lead to an even more formidable pushing force there, yeah. So I think it'll work quite nicely, yeah, 100%. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Quite good. Definitely. Definitively, yeah. Well, look at it that way too, yeah.
Dayan.
Alright, so the skirmishers, Gurkhas are getting some good free shots in there actually, so I'm pretty happy for India there. And now you have to pull out. Taking some time to maybe weaken down the Hussars. I don't know if I would do that, because now you're giving the Hussar extra time to reach you, which is not good, and kind of forces you to like do all sorts of information stuff. Yeah, that's not good. Not good at all. Look at that. Eight. Alright, Azaps and Sepoys doing a good job versus the Hussars there. Gonna get another batch of Hussars down, maybe. Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job microing his infantry, I will say that. He's like giving the Hussars very little wiggle room to hit his stuff. And that way he can eventually try to draw out the Gurks and take them out next, yeah. What is the Dutch plan, anyways? Is he like got shipments? He got 7 skirm. He's got Reuter. Where does it go from here, so to speak? Well, he's gonna go for infantry combat. Get the pikes and skirmishers up a bit. Yep. Building a forward barracks is always a good idea once you know that you're going to be fighting from that position, because now you don't have to wait as long to get resupplying troops in to fight your enemy with, which is great. Going to industrial age, probably he's going to get, I'm assuming he's going to get Indian gunpowder to upgrade his troops and make them cost and train better, you know. Train faster, be cheaper, sort of that. So, yeah, if he gets Indian gunpowder and gets a ton of Sepoys, then I think that'd be a pretty good synergy there, yeah. He could also get some Arumis, some guard Arumis. That would probably be enough to rush the skirms with once he beats through the Hussars. We'll see, though. We'll see what the plan is ultimately. Good, yeah. So there's the Sepoys right there. Gotta get them into position though so they don't get wiped out by the skirms. Gotta be careful of that pretty much, yep. Good, use the elephants there to sort of do some splash damage and distract them and let the Gurks get into a better position. Right? Yeah. Azaps are still alive, which I'm pretty impressive with. Yeah, he's still got like 4 Azaps there. Should be keeping them with the Gurks, so maybe you can maybe fend off a couple of the Hussars with your poleaxe weapons, maybe. Alright, so cutting down some of the skirm numbers is always good. Did this Dutch get his 5th bank yet? He hasn't even, because India's been pressuring him so hard. That's insane to think that he hasn't even gotten his 5th bank yet. That shows you that this India is definitely looking in good shape right now, because he's been able to apply some pretty serious pressure there for a while now. It's going to make a huge difference, I think, yeah. Absolutely. Insane difference. Big time. So, let's see here. Yeah, no, this India's in great shape. He's got the Gurks up to guard already. How about the Sepoys? Yep, the Sepoys up to guard. GG, yeah. That's one of the rare instances that I've seen in India that can actually go toe-to-toe with the Dutch and beat them. That's pretty good, actually. Like, no. That's awesome, actually. You know, I've never seen India feel that comfortable and smooth fighting the Dutch in their own base because... Right, they go skirmisher, they fall back, they use the 20 range to their advantage, because even your skirms, the Gurks only have not... Oh yeah, apparently in this game they get more range with upgrades, so that's good. That's good. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I didn't even notice that. So, yeah, I mean, I guess over time your Gurks do become sufficient to beat the skirmishers toe-to-toe, so that's good. Let's see what the next one is. Scroll down. Which one are we on now? What's this one? Curious. Do I want to know? If it's one of mine, I just don't want to do it. Oh! Okay, so, this is Revnak. This is a Revnak one. This is good. So we got Revnak versus Azdio 3-9. Nice. So we got Mexico versus Mexico. We got Mexico versus Mexico. We got Old Mexico versus New Mexico. Yeah. The actual Mexicans versus the Aztecs. Yep. So Revnak's playing as the Aztecs and Azdio's playing as Mexico. Right. So in this matchup, you're going to see an immediate construction of a community plaza for the Aztecs so they can put their warrior priests on and start doing that XP dance to get a decent XP trickle of 1 right from the start. Yep. Very nice. Build an immediate market so you can get some sort of hunting dogs, right? That's at least what I think you're going to try to do. Yep. Very nice there. Quadric is in Ascension, time remaining. Ooh, interesting. Looks like the Mexico goes for a middle trading post there. Very nice. Got your Juanita Bonita there. Juanita Bonita with the handgun. Doing some scouting. Yeah. Very nice. So what do these decks look like? So this deck is 1v1 Baja. Oh! So this filler is so experienced because Revnak's the best in the world, or one of the best players in the world, actually has a counter Baja deck. That I find pretty smart because now, essentially, he's going to be able to keep up with a Baja Revolt and potentially even beat it outright. I like that. I like that he's preparing for that possibility there. Yeah, no, that's great. So he's going to get 3 bills first. What is the Mexico doing? So the Mexico is Team Fast Industrial. Team Fast Industrial. Why's he going for a... Oh, yeah, that's right. So he's going to go for a revolt, right? He's going to go for a rev. And then when you do a revolt in age 2, when you do the return to Mexico, you come back in age 4. So he might be going Central America. Yeah, no, he might be going Central America. That's pretty fascinating. Yeah, no. We saw the last Mexico who went Central America, but it didn't go so good because he kind of botched the whole setup, and it just went really bad. Yeah. Now, let's see what happens in this one, though. I'm kind of curious. It's Curious George to see what happens to this guy. Okay, so where's he putting the Hacienda exactly? So he's aging up now. Rebnak. He's got the messenger, right? So he's going to age up super fast. Right, he has the Hacienda right here. We'll see what he's got cooking. Who knows? Maybe Revnak beats him before he does anything. Because he's that legendary of a player. Who knows at this point? That could totally happen. You never know. Until you know. Yeah. You never know until you know. That's right. That's exactly right. That's how knowledge works. So, yep. Obviously, he's going to use everything he can, including Treasure Guardian, Eagle Scout, to try to attack the Hacienda. Ooh, he just sent out his big button to get some Jag Prowl Knights to start attacking this Hacienda with. Pretty good idea, honestly. Yeah, it looks like this thing's the sitting duck. He's actually going to put his war hut there, too. It does let the Mexico player know where that war hut is, so where they should expect an attack from, which would be sort of down this angle, like from here to sort of there. Yeah, basically. $700 wood, very good. 700 wood, very good. Big time. $210 XP there, very nice. Alright, so I'm just curious what the Mexico's planning here. What is he doing? What is Art Thou doing? Okay, he's gonna revolt into Baja California, so he's playing into Revnak's whole build there. Very nice. Probably Revnak is pushing him to his limits because he's a legend. So once again, he is getting, he's got about how many filibusters? 14 filibusters. He's got all the frontier wagons. He's probably going to put down a TP, and then he's going to put down, oh, he's going for the monopoly. No, he's getting the robber barons for the factory first, and then he's probably going to go for the trade monopoly thing then. Yeah. Big time. Which car is that that gives him the monopoly? We'll see. We'll see soon enough. Yeah. And he's gonna train some Barnicos. Yep. Oh man, his factory's right here. Imagine if he loses that factory. That'd be so bad, man. Yeah. Really bad. Oh, he just resigned. Man, whoa. That's crazy. That's Revnak for you. Wiping the player out in 5 minutes. Oh, that's horrible. Bad Revnak, bad Revnak. That was pretty severe, man. I expected him to at least get a little bit of stuff done in the revolt. Yeah. Bottom left. Age 4, first card. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Alright, so let's find the next game now. So which one are we on now? Let me see. Gotta scroll up here. Look at all the recordings I got in this place. Look at all these things. Trying to find where I am in the whole list. Okay, I think I know where I am now. So it would be this versus Castle, right? Let's see what this is all about here. Okay, so we got Castle as United States. Well, that outsynced anyways. So who cares? What difference does it make? Let's look for the next one then. Maybe they realized that it was a bad... I don't know. What were they even doing there, man? I don't know. It's crazy. Alright, let's go up, 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 up. Okay, so this one. Let's try this one. This one should be good, right? Yeah. And then we can get onto your game. Oh, guess what? We get to look at Captain Link's game now. That's great. And Captain Link is here to watch it too. How funny is that? Captain Link watching himself win. It's great. I think he's going to win. I think you're going to win. I've seen you play before in the Academy for House of the Train Post. I think you're going to win this one. No problem. We'll see, though. We'll see what you got. We haven't gone rusty yet. Alright, so... This. Yeah. Let's see it. Let's see Captain Link get an easy win. Captain Link, Jimmy as... Whoa, what's going on with all these recordings? We're hitting the bad RNGesus moment where all the recordings start failing like crazy. I don't know what to tell you. We're getting into some bad waters now, I think, with the luck here. Hopefully this doesn't go on for like 20 other times. No. I'm praying that that's a fluke. How about this one? Box to box versus Chinese name that I don't know. We were pretty lucky for a while from those things, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, so... Alright, so we got box to box as the Incas, and the Chinese fellers playing as the Dutch. Okay. Finally, I was so scared we were going to hit like a bad consecutive moment where we ran to like 10 to 20 recordings just blowing up there. That would have been insane, yeah. Alright, so... Incas. It's the first time we see the Incas in this tournament from the games I've casted. Incas is probably, for Definitive Edition, usually my most effective native civ. I had the most success, I think, with the Incas. Because I feel like they kind of have that Dutch and Swedish type identity to them, where they get these good buildings that give you tons of resources. For the Dutch, it's the banks. For the Swedish, it's the torps. And for Inca, it's the concha houses that give you the food trickle from them. So, yeah, no, I think Inca's going to be a good challenge here for the Dutch, you know. And again, Dutch will be a good challenge for the Incas. So, let's see what the two have in store for each other, yeah. So, one thing I will say, Inca is another civ where you build a trading post at the start of the game as part of the build order. For them, it's called the Tambo. It's essentially a defensive trading post that starts with the range attack. Literally, they took this concept and gave it to the whole Middle East culture in Wars of Liberty and called it the Caravanserai. So, thank you, Definitive Edition, for inventing a whole bonus for the Middle East civs. Guess that's pretty good. And what's their deck look like? So it's Fast Fortress. So we're probably going to see a Fast Fortress. As you can tell, there's a lot of power cards in Age 3 in this deck. You got Tupi Archer cards, Conquistadores, got the Big Boy Lancer one. Then you also got the Huaracas and the Bolas Warriors, quite good. You can even make a Machu Picchu Stronghold here too, which is quite good. Yep. So yeah, quite a lot going there, basically. What about the Dutch side? So the Dutch side, we're going to see... Okay, so this Dutch does have Amsterdam and Rotterdam to bring up their bank build limit. That's something I always include. Like, I think those cards are actually kind of essential because not only do they get your bank bill limit up, but yeah, basically, I'm seeing your text there. I'm in Group F, rolling out loud. They really need to fix this OOS garbage. His name translates as literal the Empire Dream of the Sunshine Guy. Who is the Sunshine Guy? What is the Sunshine Guy? I never heard of Sunshine Guy before. What is that? Does he like Super Mario Sunshine or something? I don't know what the Sunshine Guy is. Empire of the Sunshine Guy. It sounds like a weird play on the Japanese. Like, it sounds like a Japanese name because they're the Empire of the Rising Sun, right? So, and then in America, you got the House of the Rising Sun, literally a song from the Animals, which literally is our identity, House of the Rising Sun. But yeah, it sort of sounds like that sort of a theme. Empire of the Sunshine Man. Yeah, no, I think it's a pretty cool name, honestly. Yeah, Sunshine Man I like. Aging up with the Logistician. Oh, interesting. So I caught something nice here. Somebody actually aging up with the Logistician. The Logistician for the Dutch is actually a really fascinating start because it costs 900 food instead of 800. But what it does is it gives you a free halberdier and a free military wagon to make a barracks with, right? Or a stable if you want to. And then you get access to halberdiers in H2. So you can actually halberdier rush people in H2 as the Dutch if you go with the Logistician. Pretty interesting, right? And they do start out with the veteran upgrade. So they pretty formidable unit at this stage, you know? Quite dangerous. Looks like now he's going to get his bank wagon, so he'll have 2 banks to be able to afford a constant spam of these halberdiers, which is quite good. What about the Inca, though? So Inca's playing economic, or what are they doing? So they got the priestesses out on the field. They just shipped in priestesses, is that right? Or how did they get the priestesses out so quick? Did they get them out of the community plaza? I would assume they might have. Yeah, so priestesses can actually convert units, which is really powerful. And yeah, that's probably why I end up getting a ton of these priestesses here, so it could basically convert a ton of these treasure guardians here into units that they can stack up. Yeah, quite interesting. Alright, so it looks like the Dutch is trying to get his halberdier to snare this bandit rider here, and it looks like he's going to get him, but the other ones thankfully are going to get away. It's good. Alright. Now, I feel like if the Inca can get Jungle Bowman out of like a war hut or something, halberdiers could probably be dealt with, but no. It's looking a bit tricky right now. I just don't know what the Inca player is doing, because theoretically, being able to stop halberdiers should be pretty okay. You know, just get enough muskets to hold the line. If you're a European civ or if you're the Incas, just get some Jungle Bowmen. Stop him with those. He does have some plumed spearmen here, but I rightly think he's reserving to use those because halberdiers will beat spearmen because they just have the better damage stats, especially. So that's kind of why that's there, pretty much. Yeah.
Heidi.
Ari.
Interesting.
Ik ben gewond. Ik kan me niet bewegen.
Oh, he converted one of the halbs. That's pretty nifty with the priestess. Wow, good, good, good. Converting a halberdier is quite nice, actually. Yeah. I still don't know what's going on here. Like, this is, like, messed up. Incas should have, like, a tool. Yeah, I'm surprised the Incas didn't get, like, Jungle Bowman at this point to fight the, you know, the halberdiers. That's really strange. And why going for the Bolas warriors? Why not get the Huercas? Don't the Huercas have the anti-infantry multipliers that you need? Just saying. Oh no, he's got Hussars. Never mind. Never mind. Bolas warriors might need to be the solution. Okay, it's kind of going okay. I guess the splash attack makes it a little bit better, but still. Weirdest fast fortress I've ever seen, yeah, big time. Imperial Unity? Why don't you just get Huerca? Like, you need units, man. You don't need to get that. Last thing you need right now, you need to, like, get this halberdier prom out of your base, and then you can go for the fun stuff, yeah. Very good. TC is almost down there. Nice. GG. Nice, nice. Let's go on to the next one now. I don't know what to call that match, honestly. I called it the bad Fast Fortress. Yeah, no, that's not what you do with Fast Fortress. That's like really kind of a messy, sticky situation to find yourself in. No, I don't know what to call that, truthfully. Definitely not. Let's go up and find the next one. Alright, Julian K versus Moon. Oh, Julian K, that should be a good match. Okay, so we got Moon versus Julian K. Moon is playing as the Brits, and then Julian K. Boomer is playing as the Russians. Russians versus Brits. Very interesting. I'm trying to recall, have we seen this matchup this tournament? I believe we have seen one instance of Russians versus Brits. If you need any sort of review of that, basically it's a match where Russia tries to be as annoying and aggressive as possible to try to cut down on the British boom and stamp them out. If they fail, then they fail miserably and the British just overwhelm them in even bigger numbers, because normally when you think of the Russians with the block training, they should have like huge numbers of units to pressure the enemy with, huge masses. But funny enough, when you're facing the Brits and you don't like counter them properly, that can be the British attacking you with like huge armies of muskets and cavalry and stuff, which is pretty scary, you know? Yeah, but looks like Julian K's already got a good 30 food treasure there, which is quite useful. Basically, with the Russians, you train villagers in blocks of 3, so it costs a whopping 270 food to get these blocks. So anything you can basically do to get some extra food treasures will make your Vil training experience feel a little bit better, you know? A little bit nicer. Yeah. Going for the gold treasure now, that could be useful. Could help you get a batch of recruits out later from the blockhouse. Going with wood trickle, distributivism first. Russians do not get any sort of villager cards, so wood trickle is always going to be the best card to get as the Russians at the start of the game. For the Brits, though, they got villager cards, so that's what they're going to get as their first card of the game. And Tornio 1v1. So he's got he's got pioneers in there. So he cares about securing his Vil advantages, the Brits. I find that very fascinating, you know, because he knows that there's a risk that he could get raided like crazy from a civ like Germany or Russia. So he decides, you know what? Yeah, no. So he calls himself that, like I call myself Link. Interesting. Yeah, there's always some cool usernames you find for players in AoE 3 and other games. I just called myself Unstoppable Streletsy because I knew that the Streled was the weakest unit in the game stats-wise. It's like Garbo down there with the Quang Pikemen and stuff, so to make that unstoppable is unreal. So an Age of Empires 3 player says, oh, a Streletsy that's unstoppable. I never heard of that before, and it's like an earworm, it sticks into your head and you remember it. So that's where I came up with that from, if you were wondering. Because it was right around the time I started to do online multiplayer stuff, is around the time I started doing AoE 3. So I liked the Strelec concept a lot, so I became Unstoppable Streletsy. Simple as that. Alright, so Brits going governor. It's really the politician you should always go with the Brits to get you enough gold to start your musketeer production, get you a nice outpost for defense to protect all those villagers if you're so much building up, basically. And how is he doing on manors, by the way? How many manors is he up to? So he's got about 3 of them built so far. Remember that every manor house you build gives you a free villager. So, yeah, build, baby, build. That's the way you're supposed to do it with the Brits. Change over from your hunting right on to wood chopping as soon as you start that age up transition. It's really good for you. Gets you a ton of economy that way. Yeah. Definitely. If I remember correctly, this is the moon that I know from the Wars of Liberty community, if I recall correctly. Because I remember facing this moon in Wars of Liberty. He's a pretty strong opponent, you know. Like, I think I almost beat him once with the Koreans when he was playing as Haiti, or I was playing Haiti against his Koreans and he beat my Haiti. But nah, he was a pretty solid opponent, so he could do an okay job against Julian probably. But nah, Julian's gonna play pretty powerfully here. You'll see. So he's got his tower up now. He's gonna be able to scare away this explorer there. Barracks up now. Alright, so Cossack shipping in, recruits being trained out of the blockhouse, so going musket Cossack. He's now going to get a block of Unstoppable Streletsies, of course. The whole reason everybody remembers that civ nowadays. Cossack, ooh, good slam villages there, very nice. Very good. Ooh, good job targeting the Cossacks, very nice idea. Because basically you can use your, Wow, look at the pressure game Julian K is playing on his opponent here. He can't even grab his crates. This is Russia done right here, man. He's doing a good job. He doesn't know what to do. He's literally trying to put the settlers in melee to go up against the Strelitsis. Oh, that's really not good. Not good at all. Oh, good shot for the muskets, right in the melee range. They're gonna shred these Strelitzes now. Not so unstoppable anymore, Strelitsi. Yeah, definitely not. Quite good. Yep, so he's at least got a little breathing room now, which is great. How much resources has he got? So he's got a ton of wood. So is he gonna just get like a couple manor houses and like try to defend, or what? Oh no, he's already got the Strelitzes back again. Those multipliers are not going to be good on his muskets. Definitely not. It's really not going to be great.
Ready.
Very interesting. What about this one now? Yeah, yep, I think Russia's done it. They've effectively smothered the Brits from Ganakami now. Enough to get enough longbowmen to fight him off. Yeah, this is exactly how to play Russia against Brits, folks. This is a good example right here. At least we just pin them in the base and cut them off from resources so they can't do anything. Yeah, he knows his way around Unstoppable Strelitsi very good here. This is Unstoppable Strelitsi done unstoppable right now. I mean, all Moon can do at this point is just use a longbow shipment, use the rate of fire to try to clean up some of them, but he's not going to be able to do that with just 6. He's going to take out a good number of them. Pretty interesting, but yeah, no. Got a good number of them out, but yeah, just not enough to complete the job though, unfortunately, yeah. One Hussar? Yeah, no, one Hussar is not going to do it, man. One Hussar is like nothing. Definitely. Yeah, no, Russia won this one fair and square at this point. I like this because Julian K showed us how to pressure effectively as the Russians against a British opponent. This is a good way. Setting up so much pressure that the enemy can't leave their town center without losing a build, thus they never leave the town center, and then eventually gradually growing more troops to the point it doesn't matter that they have town center and fire anymore. You just got so many troops that you can just keep running them in and in and in and in and in and just keep pressuring and pressuring. That was a masterful pressure campaign there by Julian K. I like that. Definitely knew what he was doing there, yeah. Absolutely. Very, very nice. Yeah. Very good game there. That was a really good show. That the Brits aren't as scary as everybody thinks they're out to be. You can pin the Brits pretty good. Pin the Brits really good, actually, if you want to. Yeah. And let's go on to the next one now. Right here. Look for the next one. Okay, so this one here. Xbox versus Chinese name that I don't know. Chinese name that I don't know. Yeah, that's sort of the naming scheme I've been giving it. Alright, so Xbox is playing as Chinese against Ottomans. Nice. Will we finally get a China that can beat the Ottomans in 1v1? We'll find out on today's episode of Ottomans versus Chinese. Yeah, well, we'll find out soon enough. So Ottomans are going to set up their standard build order. Got the mosque, praying posts, right? You're very good. And then you build a house, get tons of XP, and get some OP shipments out the door. Yeah. Standard Ottoman practice. Should know it by now. Alright, so this China's getting a village. Very neat. And do let me know if we've seen this matchup, by the way. I don't want to waste everybody's time. Trying to remember everything. So this China's actually getting a village. Alright. Very good. I can't recall if we've seen this one before. Because I'm remembering seeing one where they had a build order where they built a village and they didn't build a trading post. Yeah, no. It's alright. Either way, we'll learn something from it. So this treasure here is the Quicksilver. Got some gold. Not bad. Should allow you to get maybe hunting eagles if you can chop like 5 more wood. Maybe you should get that wood. Maybe you should get that wood. So you can get some hunting eagles, get your gather rate up a little bit faster there. Since it's pretty close to it. Start with tea export. Now, will you go Russians or French? I think the French setup is a little bit better personally. Yeah, no. I think if that Ottoman in the last situation went just Fast Fortress against the Chinese break and me build, I think China could have maybe done something, but because they went industrial age with all the bombards and stuff, that was like the overwhelming factor that put the nail in the coffin. Yeah, no. Absolutely. That's what I think anyways. Yeah, definitely. Big time, yeah. Alright, so Ottomans are going up with the Core Master, 400 wood. So this deck does have fast industrial potential. You got your Royal Decree text in there, so yeah, that might end up being the case here. We'll see. We'll see soon enough if that ends up happening. So yeah, let's figure that out. So what does goes Russians? So this one goes Russians. I think if you're going the Russian route, you're definitely in a much worse spot. Yeah, unless you can do some sort of solid aggro, I think. Yeah, no. I would be a little bit apprehensive about this situation, personally. Just because, you just don't know what strategically they're going to be able to pull off exactly here. Yeah, it'll be tough. No. So, they're just aging up now, right? What wonder are they again? Summer Palace, so they're playing just regular. Alright. My thing is the Ottomans already up to age 2 at this point, so... And how much are they aging up with? Just 2 vills? This is gonna be slow. Like, the Ottoman could just build a barracks right now and Jan rush you at this point and already have you on your heels. But no, they're just gonna use all that time to get the Fast Fortress going and then the Fast Industrial going. Yeah, no, that... I see the writing on the wall. Yep, getting the villagers first, so you have the extra food, and then getting the gold. Yeah, no, he's playing in the Fast Fortress. This is Fast Fortress right now. Getting steel traps, so his food rate is good enough to focus on both the age 3 up and the age 4 up. Quite good there, yeah. But for the China, I don't know what the China's going to do here. Like, the China is still aging up right now. Almost 3/4 done on the age up process. So what can he do? He can go Step Rider Quang or something and start pushing him, or what? Also, this Ottoman did just get the second trading post down, so you're looking at you're on some thin ice right now if you can't derail this Ottoman Fast Industrial. I'm just telling you. We saw what happened the last time we saw Fast Industrial in this tournament. It was not pretty for the China. So, and that one had a pretty decent build with the whole break and me thing. What you're doing with the standard build, not good. Kind of funny he's getting diplomatic intrigue at this point, yeah, 100%. What's he gonna get with that diplomatic intrigue? Is he gonna go Germans or is he gonna go Brits? I don't know. A bit unorthodox to get any sort of diplomatic intrigue in a cons. Well, the consulate is normal because of the T-export. Again, diplomatic intrigue and looking to swap already at this stage. Yep, he's going into the German route now. Probably to get some trickles or something. I would really doubt if he gets Doppelsolmers. If he gets Weehanders, I don't know what to say at that point. Big time. Is it trying to go in Fast Fortress? Because he's getting his gold. Well, the Ottoman's almost in age 3. And as soon as he gets an age 3, he's going to get the 1,000 coin and go to age 4. Watch. He is. Oh no, he goes Safai first. Alright, so he's going to... Okay, so he's going to build some military first so he doesn't get completely run out of town. Seems reasonable. But yeah, you know, with that type of a deck, what the end goal is going to be. Ooh, bonjour. Bonjour, Alex Brown. How you doing, man? Doing good? Guess casting some PK tournament matches tonight. Right now, we're looking at Xbox versus Chinese name that I don't know. And that's unfortunately everyone until somebody translates it for me. Even then, I'll probably forget what their name is because I don't know Chinese characters memory-wise that good. So it'll be really tough. 1,000 coin. I told you, 1,000 coin coming in. Now, because he has steel traps on the hunts, he's going to be able to get that food very quickly so that he can get the industrial going. And then once he gets the industrial going, these guys are going up to Shadow Tech Guard. And they're really going to become a threat then, a big threat. Alright, so the Safakis are now sort of poking around and trying to... Yep, oh, they're getting rid of the Step Riders very quickly. Yeah, no, like, see, China at this point is like paper thin. Because none of their troops can even handle Safakis one-on-one, so... Yeah, this is the reason why I was so irritated playing as Chinese against Ottomans. Because as soon as they get the Safakis on the field, I felt like even with the couple batches of Quang Pikemen, I would always just fail at doing anything substantial. It was just felt like everything was in vain trying to set stuff up, you know, because these big beefy splash cabbies come along and everything I knew about just spamming stuff out, the blockhouse, the war cabbie just didn't line up with what it should. Yeah, no. Ottomans in that sense are a real nasty civ to go against, usually. Yeah. Speaking of which, they're already getting their industrializers going, so we're already looking at them getting the Grand Vizier, right? For some more Safais. All guard upgrade, and then probably they'll send the Bombards. Or actually, they'll probably get the yeah, they'll either get the Bombards or get the factories going. Well, they already got mosque construction done. If we've seen anything from last game, it looks like that this Ottoman prefers to get the factories first, so when it is time to give royal decrees, they can just cycle through all of the resources at the factory to be able to use the factory to get those things that they need. So get the Bombard one, get the Safahi one, and then get the Nizam one, basically, so they can cut through them all pretty much. Yeah. Alright, so mosque construction is completed. What's going on with the Safakis here? I'm gonna try to go for a bit of a raid now. Okay, so the China does go with Zweihanders here. They did get some Doppels. The Doppels probably would be the only thing I would even think that China could even do to even try to stand somewhat up against these Safais. They are Shao technically veterans, so it's a little bit better for them, I guess. But look at this. This is why China versus Ottoman's very bad. Just 5 of these, cleaning up vills, cleaning up range units, total mess. It just cleans up everything. Like it's like pouring bleach on it almost. It just wipes out their entire force. It's just really bad. And what's worse is he's got 2 bats though, so he's gonna have these ones here. And he's got so many of them that it doesn't matter. He's got the Splash Swordsman. I mean, I will say the Swordsman did better than most of the stuff China does, but the fact that they're all still alive, bad. Because they could just retreat, regenerate their HP, and then come back again and do the same stuff to you all over again. So it doesn't matter how much damage you did, you gotta eliminate these. If you don't eliminate them, they can still be a threat if they retreat. So, yeah, consider that. Like, look at all this army that China's doing. Some of their elite troops, like the Iron Flail and Meteor Hammers, just not mattering at all against a couple Safais. Yeah. Very, very bad, yeah. So, it looks like he's just skipping the factories this time and he's going right into the Royal Decree. He's going to get the Bombard one first, right? Yep. The Topku Corps. Topzu Corps. I don't know how to spell Turkish stuff. He's getting some imams. Oh, interesting. I didn't know we got imams to heal up the stuff. I think it's a pretty fair idea. I mean, I've seen Jeff Argenta from Wars of Liberty actually get priests before in his deck, and I was like, whoa, I've never seen anybody actually put priests in their deck before for healers, but I guess if you know how to use them right, they're pretty good. Yeah, see, in this situation, I guess it works great because now you got 2 imams healing the Safahis on top of the natural regen rate that they get, so yeah, it puts them into the battlefield a lot faster that way, basically. And now he's getting the top Kapikulu Corps, which is a upgrade to the Safahis to give them some armor, some hand armor, I believe. So then they can tank some of that spear damage. Oh, the China got Manchu. Manchu is actually a good choice here. Manchu is probably the next best thing you could do against Safahis. Because Manchu, they're a Dragoon, and since they're a horse archer based Dragoon and not a gunpowder one, they get hand armor, so they can actually survive some of this melee damage from the cavalry. Yeah, no, I think Manchu was a good choice, but unfortunately New Order infantry is coming in, and the Nizams are definitely coming around the corner there. Yeah, here they are. Here's the Nizams. What's going on there? So Vil is going to be raided, very nice. Still enough Vils to put to full damage though, so not that great. Doesn't matter though, Ottoman's coming in with Safakis, Nizams, and Bombards. The 3 triple killer combo of Royal Decree with the Ottomans. And what is trying to even tempting here? So they go in Territorial Army, Forbidden Army. Yeah, no. Once it gets to this phase, nothing other than like a 200 pop army with hand mortars supporting it against the Bombards is probably going to do anything. It's going to do squat. So, unfortunately, your game is over before it even started. Yeah. I feel like that's majority of Ottoman games where I'm trying to use. It feels like it's over before it even starts because no matter what I try, they already have like one or multiple units in their belt at that point that I just cannot do anything against. It's really bad now. And unfortunately. Yep, good match. Good attempt. At least you tried. I've tried before too, and it's not fun. Not fun at all. But much prefer a more fair matchup like, what's a fair matchup for China? I've had some fair matchups against Russians, Germans, Native American civs usually, French, really depends. Spain has their own problems, but I can't remember about Spain. Yeah, I don't know. So where are we on now? Let me scroll up and let's find it. So, which one are we on? Are we on this one or on this one? Trying to remember. Trying to recall. Trying to jog my memory. That one doesn't work. Let's try the next one then. We're running into bad Orange Jesus mode now. Bad territory. Oh, this one here? Let's try this one. Did we look at that one already? Just trying to make sure I'm not repeating. Wait a minute, where are we? This. Okay, so we're in the wrong spot, actually. I think we're right here. Yukieti and that. I'm trying to use my memory here to make sure we're not... Oh, this one. To me, I don't know the Chinese characters, so yeah, no. Yeah, this is a different one. Let's try this one now. Yukiete versus Chinese name, I don't know. That's why I'm going to keep saying. Oh, nice. We got Lakota. We got a Lakota game today. Alright, so Yukiete playing Germans, and his opponent is playing as the Lakota. Nice. We don't see a lot of Lakotas so far. I think this is the second one we've gone. Yeah. So yeah, Lakota, pretty, well, I'll say this. It's historically accurate for this map that plays Lakota. Perfectly historically accurate, so they should just get points to win just on that alone, probably. Yeah. But, looks like this one is going market. Kind of old school. That's kind of an old school look. Oh no, they are getting TP as well. Okay. I didn't know you could actually go market and trading posts as the Lakota. I thought you usually only just go TP nowadays, but fascinating. Alright, so got TP there. The TP actually boosts your village's gather rate, so you should always get a TP as the Lakota at the start of the game. Also technically protects you from raiding because of the HP boost too, but the main thing is the gather rate thing. Yep, obviously if you can get a market at the start of the game as well and get hunting dogs, good asset for the Lakota, because you're going to need a ton of food as the Lakota. You're basically the huntable eating civ, basically. Like, your whole civ is geared towards eating huntables over farming or anything else. So yeah, basically, pretty much. Yeah, I saw something fly near me there. Ugh. But, yep, so how's this deck? We got the 3 villagers, pioneers actually, which is quite interesting. Higher cowboys. Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. Interesting. I didn't know that you could, I've never seen this in a competitive deck before for Lakota, the Cowboys card. I think I've run it in a few of my ranked decks before, but that was before I was like super duper experienced with stuff, so I don't know about that. Fur trade, that could be useful. That could potentially be really good. Black Arrow, that's good for this map if you can get Cheyenne and Comanches, particularly. Yeah. What else? Adoption, pretty solid card actually. Allows your vills to build a lot quicker, and then they get a huge bounty when you train them. Quite nice. What about Germany though? I want to see what Germany's build is this game. They did not go for the trading post, so what are they doing? So, all right, so this guy's got the Palatine shipments again. So is he gonna do the? Is he the guy who did the outlaw thing the last time? I'm trying to remember. Might have been. Yeah, no, I don't know what he's playing exactly. So he's going quartermaster for wood, and basically this is a decent one Great Plains. Okay. So yeah, this is basically a basic German fighting deck. Mostly you got your basic Doppel and crossbowmen in Age 2. Once you hit Fortress Age, your big hitters are going to be your war wagons and your skirms. You have some backup Ulan shipments, and then you have some decent mercenary shipments too. Because with Germany, instead of giving you free Ulans, the mercenary cards just give you extra mercenaries. So Jaegers, normally this would be a much smaller shipment of like 9 Jaegers, and instead here you get like 12 of them. And same thing with the Blackbriars, instead of just 6, now you got a whopping 9 of them, which is quite scary, by the way. It's quite spoopy. Yeah, big boy shipment there of them. It's going to be quite formidable. Felt a bit of hair on my tongue. Yeah. Okay, so going with placer mines there at the market for Germans, not Lakota. They're going for the fur trade this early. Interesting. I've never seen that be done before. So is that like a normal build-war thing to do with the Lakota? Just go all food and then trade it all for gold? That's kind of fascinating, because I feel like that's kind of a nifty fast fortress tactic. Really. Yeah. It really is. Like, I've never thought of that before. That's sort of thinking outside of the box. Now, I don't know if it's meta or not. It could just be a random thing that this guy's going with. But, sure enough, we'll find out sure enough what it is. Yeah, basically. Oh, gun running. So he's going to go outlaws. Oh, nice. What kind of outlaws are we going to see here? Comancheros. I don't know about that. Comancheros, I don't think they're good in, like, competitive play. I know in Arena, when you play as Lakota in Arena, Comancheros are great because of their HP values and the way that the developers set up the scenario, but I know in this case, I don't know, something doesn't feel right about, basically, yeah. Big time. So Comancheros, I think, are gonna fall a little bit flat there, honestly. Just saying. Just saying, man, just saying. Okay, so... Oh, the Germany's also getting Comancheros too, so it's literally a Comanchero war. Like a Wild West shootout right now. Wow, I did not see that coming. Nah, so we got Comancheros fighting Comancheros and vicious Wild West type battles for the town. Wow, it's crazy. Something you definitely wouldn't expect. Take that one out. And this one, yeah. Very nice. Oh, got the cowboy shipment in there. Very nice. Yep. Oh, it converts all your Comancheros and the Cowboys too. Oh, that's good. That's good. Because Cowboys are much better than Comancheros. Because the Cowboys got a charge attack they can use when they shoot their revolvers very quickly at the enemy for a bit. So yeah, if you can go Comancheros, that's quite good. Yep. Oh yeah, and then it permanently sets it up so you can train Comancheros instead of... Yeah, that's great actually. That's great. Yeah, very good. Very, very good, yeah. So technically the Cowboys are gonna like keep the Comancheros at bay for now, yeah. Got a villager, wow, that's lucky. Lucky break there, you got a Vill. Very, very nice, yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah, this is very fascinating. I've never seen this type of build order before for the Lakota. Of actually going Cowboys instead of bow riders. Yeah. In theory, if done right, the Cowboys can beat the bow riders with their charge attack. But, yeah, otherwise it can be a bit tough to say what you would want to do there, yeah. Doing up more Cowboys, it looks like, yeah. More of them. Yuan is out of range of town center. Why is it saying that? That's weird. 10 units. Only 10 units can gather from the tribal marketplace, yeah. 11? How do you have 11 units gathering at the thing? Okay, so going in again with the Cowboys. Getting some good work done over there. But now the Germany's smart up and he's got Renegados to try to fight for Cowboys. So far it's going reasonable. He's able to take them out, which is quite nice. Helping him turn through his gold. What's a Cowboy cost versus a... Well, the thing is, the Cowboy is not that much more expensive than the Renegado is. So it's like, I kind of think that fighting the Renegados there head on was not the worst idea, just because, you know, downing a Renegade with a couple Cowboys is actually pretty good cost efficiency wise, you know? Yeah, it's quite nice. Yeah. Hmm. Going up with the messenger. Oh, yep. So the fast age up to get to fortress age to counteract the Germans. Germans will get war wagons and maybe some. Yeah, so they're just going for a war wagon, right? Wild West. Alright. If I could get a Warhawk, I would try to get some Wakina rifles against that personally. Yeah. That's what I would do. Excellent. Anyways, yeah. Scrolling down now. Let's see which game it is now. Have to go up here. All I can say about that game is basically the cowboy thing I think was basically overextended a little too far, because he's probably should have switched to something a bit soon there. Because basically he should have known that eventually the guy was going to get skirms and do something about it, basically. So yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's see where we're at. Scroll up. Oh no, I'm going too far up now. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing that? Ugh. Right. Let's see where we're at. Only Buzz versus Chinese name, I don't know. I'll just keep calling it that because I have nothing better to do with my time. Only Buzz. So the Chinese fellers running the Incas, and Boz is running the Ottomans. Interesting. I'm kind of fascinated about this matchup, because I think both Incas and Ottomans have a lot of potential. And I'm just wondering if both sides are sort of playing very skilled and effectively, who beats who effectively. Because I know with the Incas, they get some pretty good troops. You know, they got the Bulldoze Warriors, they got the Plume Spearmen. Definitely a lot better than what the Chinese have against the Safai, you know? Their Huarica fighters are great. Their Chima runners are quite good against artillery. Yeah, I feel like with Incas you at least have a competent army to fight against the Ottomans. While still having that economic potential from the Concha houses trickling you the food. At least that's what I think. Yeah. But we'll see if that ends up holding true or not. You know. How much wood is ink on? Team of Coyote. Now this is interesting. So going for the Tombow. Went for double Concha house. I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, if you go double Concha House, at least you get more food trickle that way. That could help you out quite a bit there, yeah. Big time. So, I think that's quite good, actually. Yeah, no. Getting enough food. Treasure's always good. 30 food. 3 villagers. Yeah, no. We'll have to see if plays more boom-like or more, huh. Oh, Fast Fortress 2. Okay, so this is a Fast Fortress deck, so... Actually, I think this deck has even more, cards than the other one did in Age for military. Because you got the Chimu support card. You got the, Archer one. Yeah, no. This might actually be, give him a bit more variety, assuming he has the coin there available. Also, resettlements gives you 4 bills in the TC. That can be great. And then H4, you get the support card, this one, and then you get infinite conquistadores there. Yeah, which is quite nice. Yeah. The wise woman? How wise is she? Yeah. The wisest woman of all. The wise woman, I believe, is usually the best one to go for in this age up. Because wise woman actually gives you free wood technologies. Yeah, that can go right into Concha House production as well as getting your war hut up. Yeah. Does this guy have... No, he doesn't have the double war hut card. So, yeah, he might be needing some of that wood very badly there to get a sword defense, personally. Yeah, 100%. Whereas, opponent, what deck are they running? So, this is just 1v1 elements. There's no specific fast industrial focus here, basically. We're likely to see either straight up H2 combat or Fast Fortress from the Omen, it looks like in this case. Okay, so he is getting a Mohabir to target the War Chief of the Incas. So let's see how that ends up going. Oh man, he's gonna snipe him, so he... Oh, this is so good! He's gonna take out his War Chief so he can get the, Oh no! Oh, get him with the Comancheros right now. You gotta get him with them. You gotta target him. And you got the Chazquai there too. Get the priestesses in the way. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. He's gonna get the treasure. No, no, absolutely not. Bad. Oh, that's so gnarly. That only on this map. Lily getting a spy just to take out the War Chief and get the 320 XP treasure there. Quite good. Quite good indeed. Okay, so you're going double barracks Janissary, so going for full maximum pressure. Alright, well, let's see how you do if you... I wonder if we're going to run into the same situation we had in the last game, you know? Where he just doesn't have anything to deal with enemies in his base, yeah. Going for the moon? Oh, that's so bad. He messed up his build order. Look at that. He just messed up his build order so bad he didn't even try. No, that's too bad. That's very, very gnarly there. No, I don't like that. We didn't even get a proper match that time. Also, look at how beautiful this sunset is. Look at that wonderful red hue. Don't you just love it? What kind of a game was that? I mean, I'm not going to complain because I had... Listen, I had like 2 or 3 games during my series that were like that, so I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to critique anyone for falling into that pit. I fell into a pit myself because I didn't know. I got too greedy with the banks, with the Dutch, and yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. So I totally got it. Yeah, basically. Alright, let's scroll down and find the next game here. Yep. Very nice. I think it's another Bows game, right? Bows or Bows or whatever. Only Bows versus another Chinese fella. Name, I don't know. Yeah. This one's going as USA. And Bows is sticking to Ottomans. Alright, sounds good. Okay, so honored to compete against the 5th ranked player on the leaderboard. Whoa. So that's quite a nice, commendable thing to say to someone, actually. I like that. Not only is that good sportsmanship, you're actually, yep, honoring them. Very cool. Little heart. Little heart there. Very nice. Now, I hope you prepared yourself for what's to come. Bows really is the 5th ranked player on the leaderboard. Better be ready for it. Yes. Good luck, have fun. Yep. Bring your A game, man. We don't want you ruining your 9 to 10 Highlander build order like the last USA did. We want a real good war here. Absolutely. Now, one thing I find interesting is a lot of these battles end rather quickly. You know, when I'm looking at the little timer up there, it's like, wow, these things go by really quickly. We're not seeing, like, huge late game situations that go into Imperial ever. It's, like, really rare. Yeah. I think as we get into the later stages of the tournament and we see people like Julian K, EZ, and all the others start to battle each other in series, then we're going to start to see, like, huge, long, substantial battles take place. Yeah, so... yeah, definitely get ready for that when that comes around, for sure. Alright, so let's figure out what decks they're going to go for as well. So it looks like USA is starting with Capitalism. Are they going to get a bank, perhaps, or no? Probably get the bank later, I would say. Trying to figure out what their build is exactly. They might be going for a Pennsylvania-based build, I think. Yeah. Good chance of it, probably. I think they tried to implement this card into Wars, Liberty, and Age 1, and it went really bad. They called it the World's Fair or something with Germany, Frankfurt World Fair. And Germany was like a godlike civ for a long time, and they said, you know, maybe we're getting rid of that. We'll have the card give you a free market wagon. And I'm like, that's not that good. Why would I want a market wagon for 100 wood in Age 1? Why would I care about that? Why would I ever spend a shipment on that? I mean, I'd rather have the OP thing at that point that's giving me free market tax, personally, at that stage. So, aging up with Pennsylvania. Good battleground state. Armin's going up with Core Master. So they're playing 1v1 USA. So they're counteracting the USA with this deck. I'm presuming these top level players have decks to counter every single civ in the game, which is crazy because it's like they prepare every card, curate it so they have everything they need for the match. That I think is pretty neat, yeah. How they know that preparation really well, yeah. Alright, so will this Armin go... So they might be going Fast Fortress. They might be going Rush. We'll see. We'll see. I think against USA, Ottomans can effectively go Fast Fortress, typically. It's a pretty reliable skill that they can do. Alright, so the USA is going to go Barracks. Also picking up Dutch immigrants to get a bank. Also allows villagers to gather from banks faster and allows banks to, no, they can't gather from banks faster. They gather from the mines faster, and then the mines last longer, so they have more yield, which means the villagers will actually get more work out of these mines than what's showing on the number there. So even though this mine has like 1994 gold, the villagers will actually get more gold out of it as they work from it, which is good. More value, basically. Philadelphia Convention, you get a free church, and then you can research some, you know, technologies, aka Royal Decree text from it. Biggest one is obviously the Pennsylvania Pound, which is the gold trickle one. Other than that, getting some early sharpshooters or Carbine Cavalry can be good as well, so that should be something worth noting, definitely. Yep.
What is your limit?
Oh boy, look at him. He's going double Barracks Jan again. Completely pressing his regulars. Man, he's getting cooked. He's getting cooked like this. This is crazy. Completely caught off guard here. No, he doesn't know what to do about that. That's insane. Totally insane, yeah. Big time.
Yes.
Yeah, no, even with the levies just behind in numbers to be able to hold that off, unfortunately. Yeah. That's bad. Shipped in a few regulars. Still not enough. There's way too much presence under your town center there. Insane. Absolutely insane, yeah. Big time. Definitely. Absolutely, yeah. Getting some extra sharpshooters here. The sharpshooters might help you out.
What is your
we'll
command?
see. We'll see if the sharpshooters can do it. Unfortunately, we don't have any backup troops. I think if you had your regulars there and stuff, yeah, the sharpshooters would make a difference. But since they're all on their own now, it's like, yeah, not good. Not good at all. No, pretty sad. GG. Alright, let's go into the next one now. I mean, he was dealing with one of the elitist players on the leaderboard, so I can't blame him for not... He seemed like he had a cohesive strategy in mind, but he just couldn't keep up with the best of the best in that one, so unfortunately, things slacked a bit. Yeah, does happen, so... Yep, it is what it is. At least the man tried with the need for effort, so that's great. Yeah. Trying to find my way through all these files, yeah. Yeah. What's this one? Xbox versus player. Okay, so that one does not work. That's sad. Let's try another one now. Scrolling. Chapika versus Mysius. Thinks it'll be the next one, I think. Mysius. Alright, so Mysius is the Chinese, and Chapika is the Portuguese. Yeah. So, basically, it's gonna be a pretty interesting match to see who wins this one. I've had mixed situations with the Portuguese versus Chinese. There have been times where there was a really cancerous Portugal that set up Dragoon Cazador, and I just did not really have any sort of solution to that situation, and it went really badly. But at the same time, it's like there were situations where I had a really good offense with China, with hand mortars and variety of troops, and I was able to keep the Portugal sort of pinned and prevented them from really growing, and then was able to eventually siege their town centers down with hand mortars. So I think China's got a pretty reasonable chance against Portugal here, and vice versa. So we'll have to see who ends up winning this one in the end. Yeah, should be pretty fun. Yeah, we'll have to find out. Fitulias, of course, is going to always be the first card you get as the Portuguese, because your Civ does not get villager cards. So best thing you can do, at least get a small wood, food, and gold trickle on your town centers. That's pretty reasonable, especially with the Portuguese. With each age up, you get a free covered wagon. another trickle, because that trickle will be on that town center too. So by the time you get to like industrial age with 4 town centers, you're getting a lot of trickles done, for sure. So it's quite good. Yeah. Whereas China, yes. Okay, so this China deck has T-Export first. Will we see potentially Northern refugees be added in, or... Yeah, this is sort of China's answer to the villager card thing. They don't have like a normal finite villager card. What they do is they basically have these types of cards where you get a villager from each village and town center. Village being your house structure here. So if you have all 6 villages with the town center, then you would get up to 7 vills from it, which is really great. If you use some of those village build limit increaser cards and get your village build limit up to 8 and have like 3 town centers, then you get 11 villages from it. So it's a pretty big boost. So, but then again, that costs a lot of wood. So obviously you're not going to get that in a realistic 1v1 match. You're going to get something more like 2 to 3 vills with the refugees card. So yeah, just so you know, like, yeah, it has the potential to be good as giving you 11 vills, but odds are you're never going to get that in a realistic match. You're more or less going to get 2 to 3 vills out of it, which is a lot more in lockstep with, you know, the cards that the other villager card containing civs are going to have. So yeah. Okay, so this China, going the Breaking Me build order, French consulate, followed by a porcelain tower. So this China is a bit more nuanced and stronger at the game than some of the other Chinas would be. Yeah, definitely when I see a China running that build, I'm like, this China knows what they're doing. This China definitely knows what they're doing. Unequivocally, they sort of have their strategy hashed out and everything. So we'll see how good this China ends up doing here, right? Okay, the Portugal, on the other hand, going up with Naturalists. Get some bills, get some herdables. It's pretty good. China should... Well, when you go with the Breaking Me type build, you always go Fast Fortress. Now, what you get for cards and what you do, it varies. I know Breaking Me always would do Castle with Flamethrower. Looks like this China's a bit different. It has just some unit shipments, crates, and then the Rattan shield over there, yeah. Now, interesting in Age 3, when you do the Breaking Me build, or you normally go for this card, the Yang Army, to get your Step Riders and a big army of Step Riders and Kijiks, and then get their veteran upgrade there for free. So yeah, that's pretty good, right? Yeah. Exactly.
是的，请下命令。是的。请下命令。
Alright, Diplomatic Intrigue is coming in. That's going to grant him about enough export to basically get some more crates out of. Oh no, he's switching the Brits now. Interesting. I've never seen that before. So instead of like getting the value of getting all the other crates, he's just going to sort of jump into the Brits. Oh, fascinating. And then he's going to get a batch of Redcoats. I've never seen it be done that way before. No, it's a bit different. It's a bit different than what I'm used to there. Yeah, definitely it's a bit different. Portugal also going Fast Fortress, of course. It's like the build order to do with the Portuguese is Fast Fortress. Ideally, naked, straight up Fast Fortress, because obviously, the sooner you get a third town center, the better you're gonna be. I mean, don't delay again another town center if you can avoid it. Like, town centers are such good structures for any civ. You defend your villagers. They provide you another queue of villagers. Plus, with Fiderias, with Portugal, yours has this trickle here too: the food, the wood, and the gold. So, yeah, Portugal is a fast fortressive, guaranteed. If you can't fast fortresses Portugal, it means your opponent is really good, and they're really sticking it to you, really good. So, yeah, looks like this Portugal is gonna get a fort to defend this section here. Yeah. Where's the covered wagon gonna end up going for a TC? Good question actually. Should be able to find out rather soon, yeah, basically. There it is. Good. Yeah, see, this is like peak Portugal right here. Triple Q town centers. It's why in that game earlier where Sweden kept doing really good fights against Portugal and like wiping out like 20 or so organ guns, they were still able to win, was because they had so much Vill economy at that point. It didn't matter that they were losing organ guns like hotcakes. They just had so much Vills bringing them in resources, it like didn't even matter at that point. Yeah. Now we'll see if this British consulate Chinese here can do any better, you know, with these red coats and stuff. It'll be seen, you know. I think in the case of the Chinese at least, they got some means to pick apart the Portuguese from long range. They can get a ton of hand mortars and start popping them from long range, provided they can defend it from things like cazadores, dragoons, all that stuff. So yeah, will be interesting to see what happens there, but we'll find out soon enough. It looks like the Portugal already has a queue of halberdiers from the fort and the organ guns. Yeah, I guess that's the one good thing of going with the fort is you don't need a barracks and you don't need a stable, because you can get all your power player units right out of here. You can get your halbs out of here, you can get your dragoons out of here, and you can get your cazadores out here. No need to make, you know, pikemen, crossbow, and muskets in a standard 1v1 with Portuguese. Just those three things I mentioned. And I can't remember. Can you get organ guns from a fort as well? I know you can make falconets from a fort, but can you get organ guns? Good question. Yeah. Culverins. They train culverins from their foundry. Oh, they're getting culverins for the Flying Crow. I don't know about that. That's a little weird. I've never heard of somebody getting culverins to deal with flying crows before. That's a little strange. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit confused about that actually. Yeah, no. It's a heavy-handed response, I think, is what it is. Because I feel like, but I could be wrong. I mean, obviously I know organ guns have their shortcomings in artillery battles, so maybe the culverins are necessary in the event. Yeah, no. I'll assume that they are. I'll assume that they are basically in this situation. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so this is really bad. Gunpowder units get an easy shot on those halbs. Okay, so now he's just going to pick apart this monastery that for some reason he put out in the middle of the map. Do you know why he put a monastery out in the middle of the map like that? Like, what's the point of that? I don't know. I don't know why he stuck it out there. That's a little strange if you ask me. Oh, absolutely. I have like no clue why he stuck it out there. It's like really wacko to me. Yeah. Super duper wacko. Yeah. Big time, 100%. But yeah. How many flying crows is he on? So he went industrial, and he's actually got the infinite flying crow thing behind it on his belt at this point. So now I kind of understand the culverins. Yeah, probably anticipated he was going to go massive on the flying crows. And, so, okay, he's getting the culverins into place here. Culverins are Ooh, I like how he's using the helms as sort of a distraction here, so he's able to take out less organ guns overall. Yeah. Now he's kind of pinned. He has to get all these disciples out to go Triming Trufa Hauda on top of his cult. Alright, well, disciples here theoretically is really good because these are like light infantry, like they're shock infantry, right? So they're like a hand cavalry sort of. So they can actually go kung fu fighting against all that artillery and take it out rather quickly. Yeah. I think the disciples can take a volley of the organ guns, right? Yeah, no, they can. They can. What's going on over here? Going after the Confucian Academy. Probably the wonder you don't want to lose. Well, you don't want to lose this one either. So he's gonna do something. He's gonna do something to try to get him off. He's not gonna let him just shred everything with the organ guns for free. Nah, he's just not gonna let. Oh, he's gonna get the culvert. Well, the thing is, if he goes into normal mode with the halves, then he can't use the cover mode, so he's going to take full damage from the flying crows. But if he goes into cover mode, and he protects himself from the flying crows, and then basically he's going to have the issue that he's not moving fast enough, and then all the shock infantry is just going to run past him. Like exactly what he did there. The disciples came in, and then he shipped in the huge infinite shipment of the Rattan shields. The Rattan shields. We don't always see the Rattan shields be used in a game like that. It's kind of interesting. No, he didn't get an infinite shipment. He got a bigger shipment of them, a bigger one-time use shipment of them. But that being said, now he's got some big stuff there. Yeah. Oh, he's got the Royal Horsemen from the monastery. Wow, that's something we haven't seen all day here. Now that's crazy. Oh, he's got the Traban shipment now. Yeah. Is he going to try to engage with these Trabants? No, it doesn't look like he is. He's just going to pull out. Alright. Yeah, basically, Royal Horsemen are like these very pop-heavy, mega, super-duper cuirassiers there. Like crazy. Yeah, no, it's got like 3 splash. It's like a monster unit. Like a big King Kong cavalry, yeah. A King Kong cavalry. Never heard of that before. Alright, so flying crows do take out an organ gun. Very nice. Ooh, I thought he was going to get another one. He just blasted him at the right second there with his organ. Wow. Man, that's great. That's great if you're Portugal, that is. Not great if you're China. China, it's pretty sad. Makes you want to cry. Makes you want to cry, yeah. I'm sure it makes everybody want to cry. Yeah. Big time. Yeah. Ugh. Ooh. He's using the flying crows to attack the fourth now. Yeah, if he can get these organs to come forward and blast them too, that'd be crazy. Yeah. Can you attack a... Yeah, you can stay 2 range out of the fort. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. I was trying to figure out if you could attack the fort with the flying crows without getting counterattacked, but tough to say. Alright, now he's got some royal horsemen again. These guys are pretty powerful. How many villas is Portugal on, by the way? That's important to follow. 69, so he's growing pretty big there. And now he's getting another culverin, single culverin to deal with flying crows. I think in that case is pretty okay. You just need to get rid of these things and everything else starts to become a little bit easier for you, pretty much, yeah. Ooh, big time.
是的。
听下命令。
4 flying crows, that's great. Ooh, we got an Ornion. Wow. Nice shot there. Nice shot. Good shooting. Very good shooting. Ooh, Ever Victorious Army. That's a great one. That gives you 3 flying crows and then 8 iron flails. Yeah. The thing I don't like is it doesn't give you an answer to, like, Halbs. Well, it does give you an answer to Halb, but it doesn't give you an answer to Dragoons. Dragoons, like, hard counters that quite good. Oh, man. It's got the town center right here. Ooh, good. Oh, nice. Be able to use the splash. Alright, now things change quite a bit. Because now you can just run these iron flails in and just run right after those Ornions. Yeah, no. Are these up the guard or no, just veteran? Yeah. I think he's mostly just trying to train Royal Horsemen with this gold, which is totally fine because Royal Horsemen are absolutely beasts compared to the iron flails, I think, statistically. So yeah. That to me seems pretty reasonable, actually. Yeah. Ugh. What's his ultimate? So he's gonna go Forbidden Army. You can't just make Forbidden Army for the sake of making Forbidden Army. He has to have some context behind it. Because I think in this situation, you probably need some Arquebusiers. Yeah, Arquebusiers would probably do you a little bit of good here, honestly. No. Yeah, no, I would get Arquebusiers here. That's at least my opinion. My opinion says Arquebusiers is probably what you want to get. Yeah, typically. Most definitely. So, yeah. Get some of those lovely Arquebusiers going, yeah. Big time.
Yes.
How many town servers is China's only on 2 TCs, right? Yeah. Oh well. Because now it looks like how many vills is he on? Alright, yeah, because I'm noticing his resources are starting to bleed dry a bit, so how many he doesn't have any eco cards. That's not good. How about the Portugal? I didn't even think to look for that stuff. Does the Portugal have any eco cards? They have eco theory. That's something. He does have the royal decree as well. The Treaty of Tordesillas. That's actually a good one because it gives you a nice trade-off one where it makes your mill gather rate really good. So combine that with eco theory, you can actually get some good stuff there. Yeah. Quite good, actually, yeah. Going in too deep with that cavalry probably, right? Yeah.
Qual é a sua ordem?
Qual é a sua ordem?
Preparado?
Assim?
Qual é a sua ordem?
Going after his porcelain tower is a pretty spicy move there. Cut down some of his economy even further. Yeah. Doesn't have anything he can fight back against it too, right? Doesn't have hand mortars. What is he gonna pull off here? Yeah, he's like starving of resources. I don't know what to say about this. This is insane. Getting completely cooked there, yeah. Big time. Ooh. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. Big time. Wow, look at that. This is actually, now that I'm looking at, this is the type of thing that I used to deal with sometimes in ranked games when I was trying to versus Portugal. It was getting to the point that the Dragoons of the Portuguese were actually beating my skirmishers, which makes no sense because think about it. Skirmishers have multipliers against light cavalry. You Dragoons should not be beating you there. It's insane. But believe it or not, that's something I had to deal with. It was like really insane. I know. It's crazy to think that basically, yeah, no, it's brutal. It's like, it's really crazy. Dragoons beating your skirmishers, but no, it happened. Like, this guy had all these Dragoons there, and I was like, wait a second, I should be able to beat them with the skirmishers, right? The arquebusiers, and then like, no, it didn't even work. It was insane. Like, I was like, what is going on here? I mean, look at them. They have upgrade cards on them. The guard level, these veteran upgraded Dragoons are beating and humbling him. Alright, he sent Dragoon Combat. Alright, did he send Order of V's? So he did not send that one yet. No, he's not an industrial yet, so he has not sent that one. Okay, so he hasn't even maxed his Dragoons yet. He hasn't made them into the Unets, the Lusitanos yet. I think it's Legionario Dragoon or something, the Legionary Dragoon. And he did not get Order of the V's yet to get their range up. So he's just working with pretty baseline Dragoons here with just one combat card on them. Not a whole lot. He's, you know, cleaning up his skirmishers like nothing. That to me is like really telling, you know? Yeah, no, it seems like something very akin to even the Ottoman matchups I used to have. Yeah, it's really crazy. Think about it, yeah, big time. I'm gonna get one of those crazy flies again, man. It's insane what those things keep doing. They keep going. Ugh. Insane. Iron Troop? He has Iron Troop? I just noticed he had Iron Troop. Look at that. Iron Troop. When do you ever see anybody get Iron Troop? That's crazy. Oh, it is. It's really crazy. Yeah, big time. Yeah, now he's just turtling the stall time at this point. Yeah, look at that. Insane. Insane to think he's turtling like that. Just for the sake of it, yeah.
Já me sinto mais forte. Não me posso mexer!
Qual é a sua ordem?
Kind of weird he didn't send the Manchu a bit earlier. To maybe fight the Halbs and the artillery much earlier in the game. To maybe give himself an edge so he could have like taken out some of the town centers and maybe pushed them back. But yeah, no. Too little too late, as they say. On a lot of that stuff, yeah. Absolutely. Okay. There's that. Yeah. I think for now we're probably gonna save this for another time. I see most of the people have left at this point, so yeah, pretty cool. Thanks for everybody that showed up for the stream today. It was pretty nice. I am running a campaign on the first stream that we did, so we can get more people to maybe subscribe to me and watch it. And get people interested in Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, so yeah, that's cool. Anyway, signing off now. See you for the next stream, which could be Monday. If it's on the weekend, I doubt it, but yeah, no, it'll probably be Monday's stream. And Tuesday, we're starting Alexander the Great's campaign in Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. That is certain. We're definitely starting that. I mean, unless people are willing to commit to me lobbies that we can play the Chronicle Civs, we're going to be doing the campaign and not wasting any time with that. Yeah, so, yeah. See you then.